Okay. Welcome in. Hey, Sandflea. It's a painting day today. I have been having some technical difficulties with my headphones. So let's see if I end up with any issues on this stream. For some reason, their Bluetooth keeps cutting in and out, and when they do, it messes with all the audio on my computer, and I don't know what is going on. It seems to be sorted right now, so fingers crossed, whatever it was is done doing what it was doing, and it's just gonna stay okay now. I don't know. I haven't been outside in a couple hours, when I went to the gym, and we didn't have any snow then. It was clear, so I think we're okay tonight. But I haven't looked at the weather, so that's Goldie's problem because he's at work right now, and if it's snowing, he's gonna have to drive home in it. Okay, I gotta find my reference image because I don't have it up right now. Whoops. Don't need to squidge the palette around. My, camera is blocking my minimizing button. Not what I want. That's what I want. Supposed to get some, not sure how much, but the supermarkets were full. That's always what happens for some reason. Everybody freaks out. They're like, the snow is coming, and then the grocery stores get, completely emptied when it's most places the snow comes and, it gets cleared up in a couple of days. When I lived in the east coast of Canada, we had a thing known as storm chips. And that's what would happen. People would flock to the grocery stores before a snowstorm specifically to buy potato chips. And you'd go to the grocery store, and every time a snowstorm was coming, the potato chip aisle would be cleared out. Absolutely cleared out. And you'd hear people saying, oh, the storms are coming. You go into the store to get your storm chips? And I don't know why it was a thing, but it was a thing. But people in Ottawa seem to care a lot less than in the East Coast. Anytime we've gotten storms the last couple of months, things have been pretty normal, so... I have two grocery stores, actually, that are, only a block or two away from the apartment, so if I needed to get something, I could walk there in a blizzard really easily, so... But hopefully you're stocked up and prepared in case you get snowed in. Although I doubt it'll be all that bad. That kind of thing always gets made out to be worse than it actually is. Except for the times when it's not. I've had maybe 2 or 3 snowstorms in my life where I was like, it's gonna be fine. And then it was not fine, and we were snowed in for a week. Okay, so I am sort of mostly done the grapefruit, we gotta do the rock, we got to do the background, we gotta do the stick, and honestly I'm not happy with the pomegranate, so I'm gonna poke at the pomegranate a bit first before I get into the background, which begs the question why I just dipped into this white. I have no idea. But I can kind of see just kind of a lack of richness in my pomegranate versus the reference image, so I am going to just try and add a little bit of richness back. Like to have pizza to cook it on snow days, but I don't go out before it happens just to buy it. Be right back. See you in a minute. Pizza is a good snow food. It makes sense to me. Feeling a little, like I don't have good decision making today on what colors to be going into this with. Like I said, I want to darken this up a bit, so I'm gonna start there, I guess, and see what kind of mistakes. Huh. This is frozen, isn't it? Interesting. Why is it frozen there but not frozen here? Ay. Why is today gotta be one of those technical difficulty days? Come on, Streamlabs, you can do it. Figure it out. Okay, no, that's not what we want you to be doing. Aha! Okay. Much better. I'll also zoom you guys in a little bit. Oh. A messy mess. As you can see, after 2 days of sitting with me not painting, this wet palette has managed to not only keep my acrylic paints that I put out last stream wet, but has over wetted some of them and formed these like weird little puddles. But I can work with that, so I'm not too concerned. You see me making kind of like funny, oh, now my face cam is frozen. What, we just can't win over here, can we? Ay. Sometimes, man, technology just does not want to cooperate. Okay, face cam functioning. Art cam functioning. Everything stay functioning. I don't want to see any more not functioning. Don't have any time for that. What I was saying is that you may see me occasionally making funny squinting faces at in this general direction. And that's because when you're dealing with values specifically, it can be hard with all the colors and stuff involved to really know if you have your darks as dark as you want them to be and your lights as light as you want them to be. And I find an easy way to check that work on yourself is to squint really hard at what you're looking at. And then it kind of like reveals the true values. And you can see if stuff needs to be darkened or lightened. I don't know why that works optically, but It does work, it just means you make a stupid little face at whatever you're looking at, all scrunched up. So I'm just adding some darkness in this zone. And then I'm going to go over the whole thing with a lot more of a deeper red, because this area in here just needs vibrancy. Hey Arts Pops, thank you. How you doing today? We are nearing the finish on this guy. I'm just messing a little bit further into the pomegranate, and then we're gonna pump the rock in the background out at lightning speed. I say lightning speed, but I say that every time I work, and then it takes 20 times longer than I want it to. Doing well, good, very good. I'm pretty good. I was saying that today has been a day of technical difficulties, both digitally trying to get this stream set up, and also it's just, it's been a day where things just haven't been going the way I've wanted them to be going. I went rock climbing before this stream, and sometimes you go and you just kill it and you have a great time, and everything you try and climb, you get to the top and it's really satisfying. And today was not one of those days. Everything I did, it just felt like a real struggle, and it seems like today is just going to be a struggle day, but all days can't be productive days. Some days gotta be struggle days, so. I don't know if you guys can hear, I should really be turning. Got some friends in Discord who are chatting up a storm, and it's making a lot of little beep boop noises. But I don't know where the silence button on the Discord is. Already just that one little layer of red seems like it kind of punched the pomegranate up a notch. Some days are diamonds, some days are stones. Yes, that's very true. And if they were all diamonds, we wouldn't appreciate the diamonds anyway, so. I have gotten a lot better lately at rolling with the punches of the stony days. As long as you show up, it's not a waste. Trying to get a little bit of, it's like yellow-orange tone mashed in these areas to try and bring a little bit more vibrancy and life back into this. Good for me. Thank you. As I get older, I feel like I have mellowed a lot. I get frustrated a lot less easily than I did when I was younger, so. See, I think I dulled this area down a little too far, and it needs to be brought back up a tidge, so I'm just gonna layer a bit of a brighter red over top of that. When it dries down, it will darken up a lot, so I might do a couple of these little layers to try and bring the vibrancy back in. The thing is there's lots of like little scrumbly, like black spots and lines in that area that give the fruit like texture and depth. And I don't want to like totally erase those. So I'm gonna just grab a little bit of dark as well and just kind of try and spot some of that in there with the lighter that I'm putting in. So this spot here and this one here are probably the darkest spots on the entire pomegranate except for this shadow in here. So I'm going to add a fair bit of this blue tone to those three areas just to try and make the contrast from the red a little bit stronger so that they pop the same way they do on the real picture. You like watching good artists work? Well, I'm glad you consider me a good artist. I feel like I put out decent final products, but it takes me a long time to get there, and I just muck around a lot on the way, but I do appreciate it. There's a tiny little highlight in the shadow that exists right here. I'm just gonna stick him in there. Again, once that dries, it'll lose its vibrancy a lot. Just like this area down here is. Again, I'm just gonna keep layering this on. As it dries, I'll decide if it needs even more and even more. Like I said, at this point with a texture like this, I think the key is to add stuff in lots of little scrumbly layers instead of trying to correct the overall color with big blocks, because you'll lose the texture if you do that. And then it'll just look like a sphere again, and we'll be back to square one. Still think we need a little bit more of a reflect in here. And see, the shape on my highlight isn't very accurate. And this one up here needs to be a lot brighter. Put this guy in a little bit lower than that. Almost a heart shape. Goes up on the two sides and a little bit down in the center. And then this one is a little bit brighter right here. I think the problem here is that this area is too high. It needs to come down, but kind of too bright of a white. So I'm just gonna take the paint out of the brush and then just add some really thin washes on with mostly water. It's much too wet. Much too wet indeed. Yeah. Drop me an old follow on the Insta once you find your phone. Thank you. I only just started that Instagram. As it says in my bio, I took a very long hiatus from art, and I haven't really actively made art or painted in over a decade. Honestly, more like 15 years. When I was in university, which was 2011, 2012, I want to say, was the last time I was making stuff actively. But I think I've finally managed to get myself properly back in the swing of it. And so it seemed prudent to get an Instagram going so that I could keep it all in one nice place. again, this highlight that I'm putting in looks a lot more vibrant than it will once it dries down. And I'm going to go over it with a bit of yellow red afterwards. And to try and replicate the texture in this highlight, I'm just going to dot a little bit of stuff in here as well. I really like this this dagger brush that I'm using. It's not a very common shape. Just kind of like sloped on one side and sharp from the side. It just like gives you a lot of variety without having to switch brushes. You can get nice pointy details, or you can get nice sweeping chunks, or you can like chop lines in really easily without having to switch the brush. So I really enjoyed using it. I only picked it up a couple weeks ago. And I'm a big fan of the dagger. Like our vibrancy is finally getting back to 2. This pomegranate looks so washed out compared to the picture before, but it's getting there. For textural purposes, I also find it really helps to borderline dry brush some of this stuff on. You can't see it because my little cloth is... Oh, wait a second. My palette cam isn't picking up anything now. What the hell? Okay. Seriously, though. How come I cannot get all 3 of these cameras to function at once? Ay, ay, ay. Come on. Streamlabs hates this. It won't even let me... Uh-oh. It's looking very frozen. Oh. Okay, maybe. Maybe? Camera the 1, camera the 2, camera the 3. Okay. Now, stay this way. For the love of God, stay this way. Why the break? I went to university for art after high school, and in high school I had a really good relationship with art. I couldn't be separated from a sketchbook. I was basically always drawing, painting. You just couldn't stop me. And something about the university experience not being what I had wanted it to be my entire life, looking forward to it, I just ended up in like a bad place mentally, and I was not happy with my decision to pursue art as my choice in university. I'd kind of wished that I had gone into something else just so that I could have kept my art a little bit more of a sacred hobby and less as something that I like had to be grinding for grades. And it just kind of like disenfranchised me with the entire thing, and life got in the way and I just stopped doing it, and I picked up other hobbies and I just kind of never touched it. And anytime I have done it over the last decade or 15 years or so, it's been a like, oh, my friends want to do like a paint night, so we do like a bit of painting, but it happens like basically maybe once a year. I haven't gotten like my teeth properly into it until very recently. But I'm a lot older now, and my relationship with it is just a lot better than it was back then. I have a very, I do this because I want to be doing it and because I enjoy doing it mindset that I did not have at the time that I stopped doing it. Which I think is producing better work in me, honestly. You could tell that any of the like studies I did when I was in university, I did not care to be doing, and I was just pumping them out to get my homework done and not because I was actually enjoying the process. But I know for some people, schooling, the schooling route really does work for them, and they learn a lot, and it improves them a lot. And I wish that had been what had happened for me, but it absolutely was not. Although I don't know if I went back nowadays, because I dropped out, I did not finish. I only did about 1.5 years worth of credits before I called it quits. I'm curious if I went back now if I would have a better relationship with it. If I was just in the mindset of like a 19, 20-year-old who was being a bit of a whiner and just had other priorities in life. Oh, what I was saying before I realized my camera was frozen is sometimes I find dry brushing can help with keeping texture. So what I'm doing is I'm picking up very wet, thin paint on the palette, and then I've got just a paper towel here, and I'm basically just wiping most of that off the brush before I go in to just kind of like scrub areas to be a slightly different color. It lets you work the brush in a kind of like a feathery, in the way you could like tint something with like a Photoshop brush. You can kind of like put a thin layer over something that looks nice and even without putting like huge streaky washes of color in, which is nice. So I tend to load my brush, wipe it off, and then just use the little remnants of it. If you try and do washes of color like this without wiping the brush off, which sometimes I do just because I get lazy and I forget that I have so much paint on my brush, what you try to do is you try and water down the paint so much so that the pigment is really diluted so that you don't put too much pigment on at once, but then it doesn't stick to where you want it to stick to because it's so suspended in water that the water just goes everywhere and it makes kind of a mess, so. I get that. I hate doing art for other folks when they ask, which isn't a lot, and prefer doing what feels right in the moment, sketching from the heart. But I don't sell art, nor am I at your skill level. Well, you could be at my skill level if you just keep doing it. You just gotta keep doing it. Or just sometimes time fixes it. I feel like I am a better artist now than when I quit, and I didn't practice for the last 10 years, so I don't know what happened. I think sometimes just time goes by and you absorb information and stimuli from the world, and it makes you slowly better somehow. I have a tentative relationship with doing art for other people. It's a very stressful experience when someone asks you to do a commission and you aren't sure you're going to deliver exactly what they're looking for. And not just in the fine art world. For a while, I worked professionally as a cake decorator. I owned a small business doing vegan cakes because there was a lack in my city for specialty vegan cakes, like wedding cakes and like occasion cakes. And so I do decorating basically as my job. And people would come in with these ideas that they wanted executed, and I just always had this like internal like fear that what I ended up making was not going to be what they were hoping for in their head. And so there's just an innate stress that comes along with doing commissions that I don't think I would look to sign myself up for anymore. If I ever tried to monetize my art again, it would just be selling prints or selling originals. I don't think I would take specific commissions again, just because it's a stressful decision to make, to agree to make something for someone and to not know if it's going to be what they're actually thinking it's going to be. It's a lot easier when you've just made something and someone sees it and likes it and they're like, oh, I like that, I want that, I'll buy it. That's easy because they already know they like it, but there's an expectation with a brand spanking new commission that is just kind of a scary thing. Drawing for years, so I've definitely improved. Good. I should get back into drawing as well. I have in the last couple months picked painting back up and have been painting a lot, but I have not been drawing a lot. And honestly, I used to draw more than I used to paint. I don't know why specifically. Probably just because drawing requires less setup than painting does. It's kind of less of a pain to get moving and to bring supplies with you out into the world. But yeah, I would like to get back into drawing and maybe even sculpting, and maybe digital art again. I haven't touched digital art either since, I want to say, probably 2010. And I might give it all a swing again if I get really into this or if I start to feel tired of painting. There's just so many fun mediums out there to be experimenting with. I get so bored if I just do the same kind of thing over and over again. One thing I have to address in this is there's this like little area in here of like scrumbly gray that I made that it's not what this little... There's like a dark area with little tiny sticks of brown coming up that live in the center of this little flowery part. And right now it's just kind of a smush of like grayish white. So what I'm going to do is I am going to just take some dark stuff and I'm gonna fill that hole in with the dark. And then I'm gonna get the tiny fine liner brush once that's all dark and dry and put all of those little hair twiggy things in by hand. Work is top-notch for sure. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. I have annoying standards for myself, so it does mean a lot to me when people appreciate what I'm doing and they think that I know what I'm doing, because it doesn't always feel like you know what you're doing. And yeah, there are a lot of great artists on Twitch. The Twitch community in general, and like other artists, mostly that I've met and watched work at like EDM festivals that I go to, because that scene is very like visual art heavy. A lot of the shows that I go to have live painters and stuff like that. That and Twitch are the two reasons why I started painting again, because I started seeing so many artists just making beautiful, good stuff that I actually loved, and it just looked like fun, and it made me remember that at some point in my life I actually found art fun, and it got me back into it, so. Okay, I think our pomegranate's a lot closer now. It's like a slight long streak just in here that kind of like creates roundness. Add a bit of that in. This is probably being too fussy for just a little still life, but okay. One more pass of darkness up here before we add the little hairs. Also something a little weird about this one branching petal thing. I think it just needs to be made redder. Realistically, that was kind of too red. Part of the problem is that there's a little like cut right here on the drawing that makes this petal look like its own shape, and a little cut right here of the background color, which I could add when I go to do the background, but I don't really care. It's fine. It's fine. Stop poking the pumpkin. I've been doing a lot of large clay-type sculpts in my room, bringing my fantasy-based imagination into my environment. That's cool. I used to love sculpting in high school. It's just a messy and large medium to have to, like, store after you make. With, like, paintings are bad enough. Like, I make art, and then I don't really want the art. Like, I'm not the kind of artist who would, like, make a painting and then put my painting up on my own wall. I just couldn't... It would drive me crazy to look at it. So to me, like, I make it because I want to make it, but I don't want to have it. And so sculpture to me is just like a nightmare where I'd make stuff and then it's like, really, I don't know what to do with this because it takes up so much space. But I did always love the, like, active sculpting. Clay is just such a fun thing to play with. It's so satisfying. Alright, I'm gonna go in and work on this rock. I'm going to try and get him done as quickly and as non-precisely as possible because he is a rock. And he doesn't really matter. Because he's probably realistically gonna look like a rock no matter which way we swing it. It sure is, yeah. The last sculpture-based art that I probably did was, I went through a phase of needle felting, where I did a lot of needle felting and made a lot of, like, little posable woodland creatures, that kind of thing. I made some, like, fan sculptures and stuff, too. I made, like, a little set of Totoros, and I made a little, a couple Pokemon. I made, like, an Eevee and stuff. But that was a while back at this point. Otherwise, I haven't really sculpted anything in a long time. I miss doing pottery on a wheel. If I had infinite resources and space, I would totally buy a kiln and a wheel so that I could start throwing pottery again, but the problem with hobbies like this is they require a lot of initial investment sometimes, and if you don't have access to a studio near you that you can rent time in, and even that costs a fair amount of upfront money, sometimes it's just really hard to access the mediums that you want to be using. Probably I could be doing this with a liner brush instead of the dagger, since it is kind of a really small area. I'm trying to get better at rinsing my brushes out and pushing them flat and in shapes to dry when I stop using them, and resting them somewhere safe, because I've ruined a lot of brushes by, like, leaving them sticking in my water and then the bristles get all destroyed, and then you get mad, and then you try and fix them by putting them in a, like, cup of hot water, and they're just never truly the same again. Trying to create the habit that every time I switch brushes, I give the one I'm putting down a little bit of love, but I'm still not very good at it. The hard thing here is that part of this rock, like, bleeds into its own shadow a lot, but we can't really put the shadow in until we put the background in. So, like, maybe I would have been smarter to do the background before I did the rock as a whole, but we're committed now, so there's no going back. Nobody point out that I could totally go back and just start doing the background. I don't want to hear it. I'm not doing it. Committed to the rock. There's a gal who works with a kiln at her job. She also does painting on jackets and jeans. She hasn't been on in a while because of work, though. Interesting. So she does streams with the kiln at her work. And that, I don't know, that just sounds fun. If you know what her handle is, throw it in chat and I'll give her a look up after stream. It's a shame that work and life and everything always gets in the way of people getting to make content. There's a lot of people who used to stream pretty regularly who just don't do it as much anymore, and I really miss seeing them around. But I get it, it's a lot of setup and commitment. If you don't have the free time, it's a lot easier to come home at night and say, I'd rather watch TV, I think. Oh. I think that could be slightly brighter. This whole area in here. Just a little bit in there. Good enough. That other side done. Miri Musings. She streams painting on jackets. Double check. Okay, yeah, it's Miri Musings. Okay, I will look her up afterwards. She's also in Canada. Cool. Love to see the Canadians representing. And welcome back, Sand Flea. Your mom called? Yeah, that happens to me often, and sometimes it can eat up an hour of your life that you didn't realize you were about to just hand over to someone, but... Think it's looking good so far? Thank you. I'm trying to get this end bit done as fast as possible because I think I've been too precious with it overall as a whole, and I think I need to pump this rock, the background, and the stick out as quickly as possible and be done with it. So we got one side of the rock done. We're just gonna take my dagger brush back up and slap that other side right in there. The other side is a little bit grayer than brown, so I'm just going to mix a little bit of this blue in. That was way too much. All right. Dial it in. It's good, but it's too light. Still a little bit too light. That seems good. Oh. I can zoom you guys into this area I'm working on a little bit. Just because it was a lot of tiny, scrumbly detail work. Get in there. Okay. Area down here is basically black. And it also has that problem that it's kind of verging on the background tablecloth or whatever you want to call it. So I'm just gonna kind of leave the shadow area for now and I'll deal with it when we get to the background. Down to the liner we go. Maybe not the smallest liner, but with the slightly larger one. And I think this tone just needs a slight yellow tint. Maybe a slight bit of red too, actually. That looks a bit better. It's just these little spotty looking lines everywhere. I was saying, I think the last stream, that I didn't leave myself enough room for this part of the rock. It should be a lot wider this way, but my page ends right here. And I would rather maintain this nice little distance between the edge than I would have this be the right shape, because it is just a rock. But for the sake of noting the truth of it, this thing should be wider. You should all be aware that it should be wider. We're not making it wider, but it should be. What do you have left? The grapes. Oh, you're gonna get going. Thank you for the combo. Enjoy the rest of my stream. Thanks. Hopefully I see you around again. Have a good night. And you still think it looks good? Yeah, the grapes, I think I am gonna mess with the grapes a bit further. They are just like kind of blocked in right now. Again, I'm gonna try and get through them quickly. And then after that, just slap the background in as fast as possible. And then after the background is done, do this little grape twig and any like final highlights or anything that it looks like it needs, and then it should be done. So I'm hoping it will be not that long before we're finishing this guy up. It will definitely be done before I'm done streaming tonight, because there is no world where I'm doing a third stream of this, or a fourth stream. I guess this is the third stream. 3 is enough. 3 is as much as we can tolerate. And then the next time, I am going to maybe do a landscape. I was saying that my weakness is in backgrounds and landscapes, so I think I will look for a little landscape study to do next. Just to get the practice in. because I need the practice. Objects are easy. They're very true to what they are. You just paint exactly what you see. Landscapes are a lot harder because you have to make decisions on how to make things read as what they are without actually looking exactly like what they are. You have to be a bit more impressionistic with it, which I am honestly kind of garbage at. But we will get there. I think, I should probably do a handful of just different, studies, before I commit to another, like, actual, like, creative piece. So I'll probably be streaming just a number of, like, this is a picture and I'm trying to copy it. But it would also be nice to maybe take a break from more like intricate studies like this and maybe do a fun stream where I just paint with like gouache or watercolor, maybe something fan-based. Could do some like Don't Starve painting or some Ghibli painting. There isn't really this blue of a tone in this rock, but just for visual interest, I'm kind of darkening the shadows up with a more bluer tone just so that it looks a little bit more interesting and it contrasts nicer to the very red of the grapefruit. Hey Schmuckleberry, how are you? Currently working on a landscape right now. Mountain trees and stuff. Ooh. I love landscapes, like, as other people's art. Whenever I see, like, beautiful landscapes, especially with, like, beautiful sky and cloud work, I'm always, like, kind of obsessed with them. It's just not something that I can create very well myself. I'm sure I could pull off the Bob Ross situation where it's just like a quick like gestury oil painting of a landscape that looks decent but isn't like that high in the world of fine art. But I just get too fussy with things. It's really hard for me not to get too fussy with things, as you can see by the fact that I'm unnecessarily poking texture onto this rock right now when it could be done. It's done. We're not touching the rock anymore. The rock's done. That would be awesome. A streamer I used to play Don't Starve with sent me a Chester painting once. Yeah, I'm obsessed with Chester. I actually have a Chester stuffy that you can like open and put stuff in that came with an eye bone. I think he's in the bedroom right now. I should get him out and put him in the background when I stream Don't Starve. There's a couple characters in that I just think would make fun paintings. The stylization on that game is so good for stuff like gouache, which has a nice like graphic quality to the paint, that it'd just be a fun thing to like mess around with some gouache for a night and get some silly little guys painted. Before I do the background, what I'm gonna do is these, no, I'm gonna do the background first. I'm a liar. I'm gonna do the background first. I was gonna say that I was going to do these little, you guys can't see because I zoomed you into a different area. I'll zoom you guys out now that I'm gonna start on the background. What I was going to say is I was going to do these little tiny hairs up in here. But if you can see the background here, in the actual image, there's the background color. You can see a little triangle right here that doesn't exist in my painting, and the tiniest little cutout like right here that doesn't exist in my painting. And it'll be easier to put those in doing the background first and then put these little hairs on top of that than the other way around. So we're going to get the background done, I think. Unless, do we want to mess with the grapes? Do we want to mess with the grapes any before we do the background? Yeah, they look pretty bleak right now, to be honest. I lied. We're gonna mess with the grapes. We're gonna mess with the grapes. So let's zoom you guys into some grapes. Have to remember that these grapes are a lot more pink and purple than they seem like they are. When I used my color picker tool, you could really see that a lot of the tones in these grapes are actually rather pink, like a nice blush pink color, especially in here and in here. And right now I have them kind of like gray, which is making them look like not vibrant and a little bit sad. So I'm gonna deepen these purples and get a little bit of blush in there. Wish I had a clear area on my palette to work with, but maybe I'll just flip them around. Okay, so this big mass right here of very wet paint is kind of a nice blue and red mix that makes a nice purpley color that's good for these grapes. And if we take a little bit of that and mix it into some white, you can see that the undertone of it is pretty blue. That's a very purple shade. The actual highlights on the grapes are a lot pinker than that, so add some red in there. That's looking more like it. Honestly, it could even be pinker still. Pretty happy with that. This front grape, this one specifically, its blush tones are actually a lot more in the direction of orange than the ones over here are. So I'm going to use these 3 tones that I mixed up on these guys, and then I'm going to remix a bit of yellow into the whole thing before I do the front grape. Yes, it all looks so good. Thank you. Uh-oh, we lost another camera. Why did we lose another camera? What is happening with our cameras today? What is your issue? Oh, did the phone overheat? Hey, wait a second. Why do you not have a cord plugged into you? Did you die? Oh, shoot. What did I say? When it rains, it pours, right? And of course, now you're like overheated and you're dead. Ah! Dropping our brushes everywhere. Oh, come now. I use both my art cam and my face cam are old cell phones. And I just use a program that lets you use your cell phone as a webcam. And I did not realize that this one was not plugged in, so it just ran out of battery and died. That's on me. That's my fault. I just got the cable out and plugged it back in, so we should be back in a minute. Oh, here we are. We're back. You. Hopefully it being plugged in is enough power to keep it alive while it's running. I don't know if it's gonna die again. No wasting your battery. You stay there. Okay. No more technical difficulties. I don't want to see any more technical difficulties. I want all my attention all in on grape. Uh-oh. Am I missing a paintbrush? Left it in the water pot. Okay. It's graping time. Just gonna try and start layering this up in thin layers. The layers I already have on there are very, there aren't very many layers, and because of the way I paint with like really sheer watered down paint, it just doesn't look very finished. You can see like tonally there's no depth to it. It almost looks like you can see through it to the paper. And so I'm just going to start putting little washes all over all of these to try and build their body up so they look more luminous, like they have their own sheerness that light passes through. So I'm just working in chunks of dark areas, and then I'll do the same in chunks of light areas. And then I will go in and do the same thing over and over again, back and forth, just using less and less paint and more diluted paint, and focusing on texture in the later passes. When you paint from reference like this, it's always really interesting and surprising to me how strange light behaves. We get trained early on when we're learning art, especially in like elementary school, that there will be a light source and a sphere will always be lit the same way, based on that light source direction. So it becomes very easy to say like, oh, if this is a circle, then like the top will be shiny and then it'll slowly gradate down to a dark and then there'll be a reflect on the back. And that works in concept, but in real life, especially when you're working from photos, you can always see that a lot of the times there's more than one light source, which puts light and highlights in surprising areas. And also that the actual texture and the opacity of the object that you're looking at can totally throw those rules out the window. Like, you wouldn't expect for there to be this, like, darker shadow right here, when the light source is clearly hitting it from this direction. But if you look at the picture, it's there, so I'm putting it in. I'm gonna check, I don't know. know. The playlist I have going right now is a just like streamer playlist that I found on Spotify that says like non-copyrighted music that you can stream with. But it's all mostly like Zelda and Ghibli remixes, stuff like that. I'm just surprised because this remix sounds a lot like just the straight up the song from Spirited Away in its entirety, so I have no idea if that is going to get copyright struck or not, but the playlist says it's copyright free, so we're gonna have faith. It did not sound very remixed to me though. It sounded... This does. This is definitely a remix, but that previous one just straight up sounded like the song. Maybe there were subtle differences that are lost on me, but... See, this is way too orange. That's why we need to get this ready blush color involved. Part of the key to blending when you're working with acrylics in really thin layers is to know when you've put too much paint down immediately, that if you don't wipe your brush clean, you're not going to get anywhere. You're just gonna push too much paint around and make a mess. So sometimes you lay areas down like this and see, because of how vibrant this is compared to the surrounding area, if I just keep trying to blend this with my brush still loaded with paint, it's not going to blend out nicely. So I just wipe my brush off quickly on a piece of paper towel and then kind of make little circles around the edges. And it'll start to kind of blend its way out a lot nicer. Not everyone who paints acrylic paints this way. Some people like the wet in wet, and they would actually pick up like the darker color and then blend the dark color into the lighter color wet on the canvas or on the paper. I have a hard time doing that just because acrylic is really fussy, and when you try to do that and it dries partway through you trying to do that, it is absolutely infuriating. So I just feel a lot less enraged when I just work in tiny little areas like this at a time. It's weird jumping from medium to medium because I've been painting acrylic for a couple weeks now, and I haven't touched my other mediums, and I know when I go back to one of the other mediums, I'm gonna have to rewire my brain because I paint with every medium in a very different way, because they all just have such different properties. It's very similar to the gaming problem of going between a Nintendo Switch and an Xbox controller, where they're basically identical except for that pesky A and B button being switched. And it becomes deeply, deeply annoying when you keep pressing B instead of A because you don't remember which controller you're using and you have to rewire your brain to convince itself that it knows which game you're playing. Anytime I've gone on Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom binges, I go to play something with an Xbox controller and my brain is just unwilling to change key. Just had that feeling today. Yes. It's a problem for us all, I guess. this area down here is a little bit redder. Just gonna mix a little red into this. It's like pretty lipstick color. You don't think of parts of a grape as being lipstick colored, but there she is. Bought the first Contra game, but it's set up to use Xbox controller. I see. Yeah, there's very few games nowadays that I play with a controller. I am very much a mouse keyboard convert wherever possible. But sometimes I do like to couch game, and then you just kind of gotta use the controller. I have, myself, never played Contra. It is one of those games that has always been on my radar, but I've just never gotten around to trying it. It's a nice game. It was super hard when I was a kid, so I want to beat it now as an adult. I feel that. I did that as an adult with Majora's Mask. I remember my mom borrowed it from a work friend who had it and gave it to me and my brother, and we were just kids, so like we could not get it together. We could not beat it. We had and were obsessed with Ocarina of Time, but when it came to Majora's Mask, we just like could not get it together and get anywhere in the game. And so I didn't play it for a long time, and then as an adult I went back and I was like, I have a fully developed brain now. I have to be able to do this now, right? And I did. It was good. It was very good. I'm trying to think if there was anything else I played as a kid that I had a really hard time with. Golden Axe on the Sega Genesis, I was very obsessed with. I was very bad at as a kid. I don't think I've beaten it. It is pretty hard to beat, especially if you're playing single player. But I think we've come pretty close to beating it. I certainly got a hell of a lot further than I ever did as a kid. You loved Ocarina of Time? I think everybody who played Ocarina of Time did. It's just one of those games, man, that if you were a kid in the era that it came out, like, it just, like, took you somewhere very memorable. There is something about the, like, level design and the people and the sound design in it that just, like, I don't know, it kept me enthralled in it for many, many years. And a lot of the Zelda games are still probably some of my favorite all-time games. Certainly they have some of my all-time favorite soundtracks. I think the Wind Waker soundtrack is a masterpiece. Ocarina of Time too, honestly, the soundtrack is phenomenal for it. And of all the recent release games that exist out there, because I'm a little fussy with, like, modern games. I'm a harsh critic nowadays compared to when I was younger. But the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, I think, are also just really, really good games. They're probably the only reason I would tell anybody to buy a Switch is for those two games. I've played some other Switch stuff, and, like, a lot of it's okay, but none of it, like, roped me in the way those two did. Honestly, I wish we could get more Wind Waker-esque Zelda content out there. But I know Wind Waker's really divisive. A lot of people don't like Wind Waker. I don't know why. I love Wind Waker. It is probably my favorite Zelda. It was the best of its time. Yeah, it was definitely the best of its time. And you've not played the new ones. If you have a Switch, I highly recommend. If you're looking to sign yourself up for saying goodbye to a lot of hours of your life, well spent. You loved Elden Ring and Zelda got similar stuff. Yeah, I don't know what it is about the mechanics on Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, but they're just like butter to me. If I go from playing a game like that to playing a game like Red Dead Redemption, or like Grand Theft Auto or something like that, I can't deal with how like clunky the movement feels. You feel so like agile and fast and everything just like, it comes out of your hands into the controller in this smooth and like reactive way that I really like. I still haven't played Elden Ring. Goldie's been playing it with his brother, and I've watched them play it a bit, and I'm pretty tempted myself. I never got super into Dark Souls because I just wasn't good at it, which no one is surprised. It's hard to be good at it. They're just kind of built that way to punish you. But I do really like the world building and the aesthetic on all of their games. The design on it all is just so pretty that even though they're cruel to you, I kind of want to play them just so that I can enjoy the design on the world. The story, the weapons, all of it is great. Okay, I will give it a try then. Maybe not anytime quite soon, but at some point I will have to dip in. The thing Goldie's complained about with it, which is totally what I would end up complaining about with it, is that stuff like that sometimes just like ends up feeling like too much of a time commitment. Like, to get as deep in as he wants to get into it, he feels like he has to really like bulk the hours in, and sometimes as an adult you just don't have that many hours to be bulking into games, but okay, this little cluster is looking pretty good. Although, that guy could use a little bit of darkening up. Just add a little more darkness to him. Realistically, that might have been too much. I feel like I say that a lot. It's hard not to be heavy-handed sometimes. We'll see how he dries down. I think he'll be okay once he dries down. Right, so I'm pretty happy with the little cluster, so I am going to add just a little bit of yellow to all of these mixes that I'm working with, just because, like I said, this front grape just is a little bit more in the direction of a, like, orange blush than a true pink blush like these ones, so I'm gonna do that and then do the final grape, and then the grapes should be good. There's a new Elden game coming out that's mostly co-op. Yeah, I saw that when I was watching, I think it's the Gamer Awards or something. I don't remember what it was. It was one of the award ceremonies for video games that happened a couple months ago, I think. And yeah, I saw the trailer for that, and both me and Goldie said that when it launched, we'd want to pick it up and probably stream it. So hopefully that comes out soonish. I don't know if it has a release date yet. But yeah, it would definitely be better for me to play that kind of a thing in co-op, because then I would have people to like rely on to pick up my slack, because there's no world where I would be good at it. Could be good because then you could milk the game the whole year. You were sad when you finished it? Yeah, there are a couple games I've had that like the Zeldas, the new Zeldas are like that, that I did every single, like, side quest in the game before I went and did the last boss, because I just didn't want it to be over, and I was still sad when it was over. But games like Elden Ring and those Zeldas they're pretty long, even without the side quests and stuff, which is nice. Oh right, I said I was gonna add some yellow to this, and then I just didn't. Not quite a fan of how muddy that turned out. Probably because I had too much blue mixed into it at the first place. But what are you gonna do? Add a little bit of extra red in there to kind of rein her back in. Still a little more blue leaning than I wanted to, so a little bit more yellow all around. Looking more like it. I'm going for like a peachy blush. I would say that's better. Okay. This pile isn't really, but I need to add a lot more red to get it in that direction. It's hard because I don't have a way on this palette of darkening this red that isn't the blue. I guess I have the brown. Okay, I lied. I do have a way of darkening it that isn't the blue. Yeah, that's what we wanted. Okay, this is a weird song. I don't know what's going on here. We're gonna... Oh, it's Beetlejuice, I see. We're skipping that. We're straight up skipping that. That is a wild vibe change for this playlist. It looks like it was added accidentally. Because it is like just a one song that is tacked on to the end of this playlist. Very peculiar indeed. Not yet, but they say around May. That's not too bad. May is soon. Made sure I explored all I could before finishing it, and I still missed a few things. You should make a wish list. We can gift you more fox ears. That would be really sweet. Yeah, I have a couple, like, stream-related things that I have on the to-do list. I want to get, like, channel points and stuff like that set up, but I have to reach affiliate first, so I need to get to, I think it's 50... followers and stream a certain amount of time in the month, and then I can get that and some stuff like that set up, which would be fun. Yeah, I wanted to... my hair is not naturally red, and I've been toying with the idea of putting it back to my natural color, which is basically black. And I was thinking that it would be fun if I decide to do that, which I probably am not going to decide to do that. I've had it red for 3 years now, and I don't know if I could commit to returning to it just being sad and black, but it is a lot of upkeep to keep dyeing it. But if I decide to go back to black, then I wanted to make a black and silver fox ear and tail set to wear with my changed hair. So that might be something I would stream if I ever decide to do it. I have a half-finished pair of cat ears that I should stream finishing. But this pair of ears has been through the ringer. I've worn it to a lot of festivals and shows, and it's gotten pretty banged up, if I'm being entirely honest. It's held up really well, though. They're pretty good quality. I think Goldie, when he bought them for me many years ago, it was off of Etsy, an Etsy shop, maybe? And they've really held up, so I've been very happy with them. I'm gonna add a tiny bit of this, like, lightly oranger tone blush that I made to this top grape, just because it does look like he's getting a little bit of the same toning that the left one is. And I don't want them to look, like, completely disjointed. I don't want this right one to be like, oh yeah, he's a totally different color grape than the other grapes. Because it is subtle, so. Just add a tiny bit of this into the others to tie them in. I could be a black fox then? Yes, I could. And yeah, that's true. Wishlists I can just put on my link. I should do that. And they look good. Thank you. I'm a big fan of them. The town that I lived in PEI when I lived there, was famous back in the day for the fox fur trade. The, like, little area in town that I lived in was, like, a historic district that was full of beautiful, like, big old heritage homes that were all built on fox fur trade money, specifically trading in silver fox fur, which is a like black fox pelt, basically, that are really pretty. And so foxes on the island are really common because when the fox trade started dying down, a lot of the foxes that people had for their furs that they kept, they released a lot of them locally. And so the fox population on PEI is really high. And where we lived, we would see foxes constantly, like, in the backyard, walking across the streets. They were just everywhere there. So I saw them constantly. And they're such fun little animals. They're kind of self-domesticating, which I think is really interesting. They're becoming a lot more like dogs just based on the fact that they've learned over time that living in proximity to humans grants them a ton of benefits because people think they're so cute that they get a ton of food and a ton of help from people. And I just think that's so funny. That all these little guys out there are like, hey, we could work less hard if we just, like, make our puppy eyes big and wander up to the humans and beg for scraps. It's genius, honestly. If they could self-domesticate themselves to the point where they were, like, keepable, like a dog is keepable, like you could have one in your apartment and it wouldn't be a wild animal anymore, I would 100% have a pet fox. They make the strangest little screechy noises. Goth fox. Honestly, would have been a good handle. I could have gone goth fox. Not as versatile, though. I could be a goth fox one day and a anime fox, or a, I don't know, preppy fox the next. How big was the island? Like, how long would it take you to drive from side to side? Let me think. I want to say, like, 6 or 7 hours from tip to tip. I'm gonna look it up. It's pretty small. It is, its own province in Canada, but its population and everything is very small compared to every other province, and its landmass is also extremely small compared to every other province. Let's see. Tignish to Surrey, PEI. Oh no, I'm a liar. It only takes about 3 hours to drive tip to tip. The island is kind of like long and shaped like this, so if you go from tip to tip, it's about 3 hours drive. Which is not bad. I think I was thinking 6 because I was thinking if you do the like entire coastal tour of the entire island, it's about 6 hours. It's Prince Edward Island. Like I said, it's a really small place. I lived in a town called Summerside, which is the second largest town on the island, but is extremely tiny. I think its population was like maybe 14,000. Let me see. But yeah. Yeah, population 14, almost 15,000. So it's a pretty small town. Sounds nice. Honestly, could attract people that just want to be around them. What's the name of the island? Okay, not bad. Yeah. So, the move here was really strange for us because we lived in Ottawa previously, like long before we lived on the island, and it felt like a very different place when we came back to Ottawa this time. After living on the island, your like scale and understanding of the world kind of shifts because it's so small and so quaint there, and people are so like it's very grassroots. People get very nosy, like neighbors know neighbors, like everyone knows everyone. If you're not from there, people are very curious as to like who you are and what you're doing, and you kind of get notoriety, and people will know who you are even when you have no idea who they are. So it's a very strange place to be, because I grew up originally in the GTA, like Greater Toronto suburbia in Brampton, which is a pretty big area, where you have a lot of anonymity and nobody really cares, and it's a little chaotic. So Prince Edward Island is like very old-fashioned, very old school, very insular, and it has its pros and cons for that, but coming back to a proper big city was a bit of a culture shock for us. Although it is really nice that you can kind of go out without everybody knowing your business and knowing who you are and where you live and everything about you, basically. Maybe, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if I talked about it back when we did the last Don't Starve streams. Because that was shortly after we relocated to Ottawa, so the culture shock was fresh in our minds then. But we're adjusting pretty well to city life now. I love it in Ottawa. It's a really pretty city, and it has a lot of green space for a large city. And it's kind of a little bit like a city on easy mode compared to places like Toronto. It's very easy to get around, but it still has every amenity you could possibly want. Sounds nice. I like to live in a beach that gets snow. In a beach that gets snow. The beach part was nice. PI is very beach. In the summer it was lovely. The beach portions with the snow, though, not quite so nice. Didn't quite woo me. think I am now doing what I said I wasn't going to do and getting a little bit too picky with the grapes. This is too yellow, so let's redden that up a bit. Still decidedly too yellow. That's not bad. This dark area back here needs to be darker though, so. Let's get this shadow pumped up a little bit. That's better. Maybe that's just like a slight weird curve of a shadow that goes this way. Okay. I think I am going to leave well enough alone now. I think I'm gonna add just a slight bit more red into this guy. Okay. I'm gonna call those grapes done, and we can now do the background. There is ice falling here. I can hear it hitting the windows. Oh, like, sleet or hail? I hate it when it hails. I lived in a house in the country in PEI briefly that had a steel roof. The roof was steel, and we would get huge snowfalls, and then on days when it was sunny, the steel roof would heat up and all of the snow would fall off the roof, and so you'd just be sitting like on the couch, like having a nice time, and all of a sudden you would hear this huge crash outside the window, and it'd just like startle the hell out of you, and you'd look out the window and there'd be like a huge pile of snow that just fell off the roof. What do I gotta do to the background? So, nothing much. The thing is like the background color that I have is... I guess I should pull you guys back out before I do the background. The color that I have for the background isn't bad. It's not reading like perfectly on camera. Let me try changing my... But it's not bad in terms of being the same value as the background is in the actual reference. It does look like it is just slightly warmer in the reference than it does on the painting on camera. But to my eyes in real life, they look pretty close. Like, this is a lot warmer to me than it looks on camera. Probably, like, if I change this, it'll... See, that kind of takes it to be too warm. There's no, like, happy medium with this light. But the background tone is fine. The problem is that there are a couple little areas like this where I had to cut the background in because I overdrew the shape of the grapefruit. So the only way I can really fix that and have like a nice smooth even background everywhere is to basically just repaint over the entire thing with one tone. So I'm gonna do that, and then also I have to do this like background cloth thing, which is pretty one note. There's like a little bit of like this crumbly looking like lines and stuff in it, which I might just put in with texture or whatever, but I'm just gonna try and slap a big coat on the whole thing and see how it goes. Okay. I don't have a good area on this palette. I have to, when you coat big areas like this with acrylic, the smartest thing to do is to mix the color you're going to use in a bit of a larger quantity. Because if you have to keep mixing it, you're not going to mix it to be exact. So I'm just gonna push some of this white over into this area and try to turn it into the gray that the background should be without overdoing it. And you always have to remember with acrylics that they dry darker than they look wet. So if I paint this color that I just mixed, I'll use this filbert for this. If I paint this color that I just mixed onto this background that I already have here, and it's like exactly the same color, see, it's not, it's lighter. So that's good. That means when this dries, it will probably dry a lot closer to what we already have here. If I painted this little spot on and it was the exact same color, it blended into the background, then when it dried, it would definitely be too dark. So I'm pretty happy with that. It probably won't dry quite as dark as this background, but that's good. Honestly, I think the background could use like just the slightest bit of lightening up. I do think I made this slightly too brown, so I'm just adding a tiny bit of blue to neutralize it to a more neutral gray. It's really easy to pick up too much blue if you're not careful. Case and point. We have now overdone it in the direction of blue. So we have to go back in with the brown. It's a very delicate process to get a color to be neutral. But see, the problem is in neutralizing that color, we added too much pigment to the white, and now it is probably too dark. Yeah, see, when I paint that on, it almost disappears on this background. That means when that dries, it is going to be too dark. So I'm just gonna mix a bunch more titanium white in there. Okay, now we're just gonna paint it all and hope for the best. I'm gonna try and work from left to right just because I'm right-handed, so it is easier to do this in one direction. You want to work kind of fast, because if you don't have enough time to work your brush strokes out. But you can work them out by just layering thin washes over top with very watered down paint afterwards if they're not too bad. This will probably take 2 passes or 3 passes to get a nice even soft color across the whole thing. And this is where we can now cut in anywhere like this where there is just like color that spilled over while we were working on the grapefruit, and just cut it out of existence. See, that is what I didn't want. I don't know if that picks up on camera, but I put my paint on too thick, and so there's like a little like rolled line of paint right where it reaches the edge of this, and I'm just gonna use my finger to try and wipe it out. I like my paintings to be very flat, texturally speaking. Like, I don't like there to be a lot of like bumps and grooves in the paint, because they pick up light differently than the rest of the painting if they're the only area that's like that. The artists that work with acrylic paints who like them to be really full-bodied and thick, their whole paintings look like that, and so it doesn't look strange. But when you paint with little washes like this, the whole thing stays very flat. So if you paint just one area with really thick paint, then that area looks really shiny and it catches the light and looks built up, and then it looks strange, like it doesn't belong. So whenever I see little like chunks of paint that have like rolled up like that, I try and get rid of them before they dry. Very sniffly today. I hope I'm not getting a cold. The wet look is nice. Of the paint, you mean, as it's going on? It, when you are painting little itsy bitsy details for a long time, it does feel kind of fun to just like slap it all on wet. Working edges like this is really hard for me because you have to concentrate really hard on what you're looking at. When I'm doing like areas in the center, it's really easy to just kind of like blur my eyes over and just keep poking, but I have to concentrate really hard so that I know I'm not painting over my edges. Oh, right, and this is the area here where we can get the liner brush involved to put those little spots back in that are missing at the top of the grapefruit. Yeah, see, this is drying over here, and I don't know if it shows on camera, but it's a little bit sheer. You can see darkness through it, so I am going to do at least a second to go over this entire background. Where's my liner brush? Little guy, pick up some paint. And then so this just comes down like that. And then on this side, it's just like the slightest little spot that you can see through to the background. So. Okay, and yeah, and then we can put the little hairs in later. Oh, the other spot, right, that I wanted the liner for is... In the photo, you can see just here where the pomegranate meets the little tube it's sitting on. The background cuts in a little bit more. The way I have it sitting, the pomegranate looks like it's sitting a little to the left on the tube, where it's like the way this light cuts in underneath is kind of centered on either side. It's symmetrical in the picture, so I'm just gonna cut a little bit further into there. I think I'm happy with that. To the other side as well, just to... so that when I get over there, it matches this color. It's nice to look when you have the liner going, and see if there are any areas where you can cut the background in. You can see if you look at the line of the tip of this wedge that it's not a perfectly straight line like I've cut it in with the background here. It does kind of dip in a little bit near this little center area, and it comes up a little bit by this tip, and then it like kind of chunks out a little bit at the bottom here. So I'm just gonna take some of this matching paint color and just kind of paint a little bit of that variation in. That also helps to seat the object in space so that it doesn't look like the background is laying on top of it, that the background is behind it. Yeah, this area here, you can really see it. It just kind of dips and take a little chunk out of there, and that changes the shape and interrupts that repetitive line, that straight, unnatural line. When you're working with organics, fruit and human figure and stuff like that, nature, there's very rarely very straight, perfect lines. So anywhere where you've artificially put them in because you were doing something like cutting a background in, it removes a bit of the realism from the picture. It makes it look a little stiff and unnatural. So by doing that, you can see that that like edge looks a lot more like a natural edge now that's something sitting in front of the background. You can see it. I'm glad you can see it. Being able to recognize stuff like that is a really tough thing for some people to learn. Some people are capable of like playing that find the difference game in art really well. Some people have a knack for it. And other people, like, you can say, oh, this yellow is like more orange, or this yellow is more green, and they just, their eyes cannot convince them to see it. They just see the yellow as the yellow, and they can't pick up on the subtleties, and it takes a long time for people who don't have that natural ability to be able to train themselves to see it. It's something that I've always been pretty good at, and I'm very grateful that I've always been pretty good at it, because it is... I've had friends who have had a hard time picking it up in art school, who struggled during art theory classes because the teacher would be saying, I know it's a white wall, but there's shades of blue and shades of yellow on that white wall from like cast light and stuff, and they just could not understand or see it. But like anything, anyone can learn anything if they just practice enough. Keep at it. I guess maybe not if you're literally colorblind. Then you might have more trouble. And this area down here where I've painted in the like shape of these sticks for the grapes, the vines, I don't know what you'd call them, twigs, branch, stick. I don't know what the correct word is for those, but I'm just gonna paint clean over it now, and I'll put. Because the like vague shape that I made, while it's the right shape, is way too thick, and I don't want to have to recut this in around them, so I'm just gonna make a decisive stem. Stem is the word I'm looking for. Stem. Stem was what my brain was searching for. I will just paint the stem over top of the background fresh, and if it's not exactly the right shape, then it's not exactly the right shape. It's just a stem. It doesn't matter that much. They could just use different colors. That's true. I wonder, there have to be colorblind artists out there that would talk about the ways that they have to make different accommodations for how they paint, knowing that they can't see color the way the rest of us can. And if they choose to only use certain pigments or something like that. Honestly, if there was a colorblind art streamer, I would be very interested in watching them and hearing about their methods. But just in general, hearing about different artists' methods and the way they work is really interesting stuff. Everybody kind of works out their own little way of doing things, their own little world. Oh, got a little bit on the grape. Sorry, Mr. Grape. Now that I have a lot of the little edges cut in nicely, this filbert is nice for doing work like this because it's smaller and you have a lot of control, but it just means it takes a longer time to cover larger areas. I'm just gonna switch up to this, what's my camera at? Bigger guy, to put another wash over the whole thing to just make it a little bit more even and opaque. It's just easier to do with a big brush quickly. And because we've already cut those edges in, we don't have to go right up to the edge of any of it. This usually looks like a streaky nightmare. And you just kind of have to pray that because you mixed all of the same color that when it dries it's not going to look like that. Okay, where's my fan at? Hit this with the fan. Let it dry up, and hopefully there are no streaks anywhere. Oh. The climb that I did earlier today is making me sore already, which is bad news because it means I'm gonna wake up tomorrow very sore. My arms are already, like, killing me. Thank you, Arts Pops. That's very sweet of you. I appreciate it. Every little bit helps. It's a lot easier, I think, when you've been streaming for a while to continue streaming, once you have enough people hanging around that you've got lots of people to talk to. When you start out, you sometimes talk to an empty room for a little too long, and it makes you feel a little bit crazy. You try to do that for new folks. That's very thoughtful of you. Everybody's got to start somewhere, right? So, unfortunately, this did dry a little bit streaky. You can see it see-through there, so I'm just gonna throw a third coat on this corner. I was hoping I wouldn't have to, but here we are. Then we will do the tablecloth. I will also have to mix up a bunch of like white gray or that so that it's nice and consistent. It looks like it's basically the same tone as the background. It is just slightly lighter. I don't know if that's going to be any better once it dries down. Oh, you know, you've had to monologue to empty rooms too. It does make you feel a little crazy. You used to? You're past that point? You've got real people to talk to? Gotta do what you gotta do, though. Sometimes when I drop in on new streamers, I don't last very long if they just are sitting in complete silence. So you kind of have no choice but to just be saying something. But I also, whenever I'm watching new streamers, if I notice any issues with like their audio or just their setup in general, I tend to point them out because I know if there were issues with mine, I would want somebody to be saying something about it, so. Now, I don't talk unless someone says, hi, interesting. That's, probably what I could do, but it just feels wrong to sit in silence. I don't know. I feel like if anyone lurks in and they don't want to say hi, they wouldn't stick around that much if I wasn't saying anything at all, but I don't know. I guess different people would be in it for different reasons. And you often stream in the middle of the night and it's just you. I can relate to wanting to stream in the middle of the night. I've always been a bit of a night owl. But I guess wherever you are, the middle of the night could be not the middle of the night somewhere else. You're glad I'm talking? I can stop. If you guys are not glad that I'm talking, you guys say the word, and I will shut up immediately. Okay. Let's mix the slightly lighter color for the floor. Honestly, art streaming, one of the hardest things is talking, reading, and painting at the same time without just stopping doing one of them. It's a weird multitask. Sometimes with this wet palette, while the underside of the paint stays nice and wet, the top still forms a skin. This titanium white I put on this palette like 2 days ago though, so it was gonna form a skin, so I'm just peeling its sad little skin away so that it doesn't get mixed into the color I'm about to mix. And honestly, I don't think that's enough titanium white for this, so I'm gonna go in and get some more from the paint drawer. One of those bottles that's getting stiff and doesn't want to open on its own anymore. See, I probably should have wet this sponge on this wet palette before I started working today. It's peeling up pretty bad because the base is drying out. And once it starts peeling up like this, it is really hard to get it to, for your paper to flatten back out. The pennies did help. The pennies definitely helped, so I'm going to continue using the pennies. Honestly, I probably should have been just spraying this down more as well. I was hesitant too because leaving the paint for 2 days in the wet palette made the blue and stuff like turn into like a liquid, which is not ideal. So I didn't really want to add more water to the blue, but I'm only really using the blue to like slightly tone other colors anyway, so it's not that important. Okay, let's get this white in here. To be really light-handed with this, I can't make it too dark because it has to be lighter than the background color. I really like the wet palette for not wasting so much paint using acrylics, but I do just find it a lot weirder to mix with a palette knife on it. Because it's like spongy, it just feels weird to mix with a palette knife on it. It's also like, this palette is a little bit smaller than I would typically use for painting, but the only ones I could find were either this size or like 4 times this size. And that's just way too big, so I went with the smaller one, and it does the trick. It does have a, it came with like a cover that you use to cover the palette with, this guy. And you can just use this as a second palette, so if I needed more space, I could always set up a second one, but... Okay, we will now put a little bit of this down and see if it dries down to being lighter than the background. It's looking kind of close right now, honestly. Might have to whiten it down a bit further. It might be alright. The real question is, where does this cut across? One thing when you're painting free from reference like this without tracing, that can happen a lot, is you can, you go to look at your reference to decide where the horizon is, and then you'll look and you'll say, well, it starts just below the tip of this rock over here, and you'll put a line there. And then you'll say, okay, and it starts just above the tip of this rock over here, and you'll put a line there. And you think that'll all work out, but generally speaking, you don't always necessarily have these exactly where they're supposed to be. So it's easier to just get a ruler and commit to a horizon line the whole way across. Because if you don't do that, chances are they're not going to line up across the image. And them being in the wrong spot in relation to these objects is less important than them lining up across the image. So I'm just gonna pick a spot that looks like it's close, a little bit above that, which hits around the tip of that grape, which seems about right. Let's say we want to put it, I don't know, about there. Which, yeah, as you can see, it does intersect with the rock right at the tip here that we created, which is wrong. It should be a little bit lower, but if I were to lower it to where it looks like it is, then our horizon line is no longer straight. So we're going to raise it up, not worry about that, keep it where it's going to look straight. Pick a spot, and then we'll just use my dagger brush or a angle brush. Angle brush here, that should work. And I will just paint that line in for myself so that I know where to stop. Which, of course, the problem is that I did not, in fact, bring the background color down low enough, and there's a little sliver where it's not covered, so scrap that horizon line, and actually we gotta move the whole thing up. Just slightly. Alright, that seems a bit better. Just clean up that line. And now we can paint underneath it and know where to stop. So. Gonna stream hop, it's looking good, we'll catch you again. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for dropping my links in those discords for me. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you around, and if I see you streaming soon, I'll pop in and check out what you're working on too. It does seem like this is drying down to being light enough, so I don't think I'm going to add titanium white. I like that it is distinctively lighter than the background, but it's not jarringly a different tone. So I don't know why I'm doing this with the angle brush. Probably be switching out to something with a little bit more control. I'll switch to the dagger. I've been watching anything. What have I been watching? Nothing good. Lately we've been watching a lot of really dumb TV. We follow Drag Race, so we've been watching the new season of American Drag Race. We are watching old seasons of Survivor. I am sillily a kind of big Survivor fan. I just think as far as like game shows, like competition shows go, it's just got the method down to a science, and it's just deeply, deeply addicting and entertaining. So we've been watching old seasons of Survivor, and then whenever we're not watching those, we've been rewatching episodes of Malcolm in the Middle on Disney Plus, and we have been watching Sailor Moon through. The original Sailor Moon, not Crystal. The original one in Japanese. So those are the only things we've really been following lately. Sorry. My nose is so runny. Invincible Season 3 is out. I have not seen any of the seasons of Invincible. Is it worth the watch? Should I give it a go? Every time we have like more than an hour to be watching something, I really like hate putting something reality TV like Survivor on, because it just seems like silly to watch like 4 episodes of Survivor in a row. So something like Invincible would be good if you say it's worth it. I'm gonna put it on my list and I'll give it a try. I've seen a bit of Naked and Afraid. I don't watch it like religiously, but my parents were really into it. So I used to see it a lot on TV when they were watching it. Go-to comedy is Always Sunny in Philly. And if you're into superhero stuff, it's good. I'm like lukewarm to superhero stuff. I like it, and when it's good, I really like it. The problem is just that the superhero market has been so oversaturated lately that, like, I'm a little bit exhausted by it now. Especially when you factor in the like, sci-fi and fantasy markets in general, and the current habit for everything to be like a remake or a remaster has really been grinding my gears. Like, I am a huge Lord of the Rings fan. Both the books and the Peter Jackson films. And honestly, even like the old animated films. But I hated The Hobbit with a passion, and I hate The Rings of Power with a passion. And I just feel like a lot of the, like, superhero stuff that has come out lately, especially the TV show stuff, any of it that I've watched, I tend to come away from, like, a little, like, fandom exhausted by it. I don't know if you can relate to that or not, but there are instances of kind of, like, superhero-y or, like, fantasy-based series that kind of do their own thing that have won me over. I like Survival and Naked and Afraid, but I don't think they got a real reason to be naked. I believe that. I 100% believe that. That's one of those TV gimmicks where it's like, why do you need to make them do that? The survival seems like the point. I've heard the series Alone. I haven't watched it, but I've heard Alone is like Naked and Afraid for people who, like, aren't interested in the people being forced to be naked, which checks out to me. So I should probably try giving that a watch as well. A lot of stuff just gets canceled and we don't get an ending. That's frustrating too. The number of series that, like, just abruptly end with, like, no explanation, or they clearly, like, could have kept going, but they, like, all of a sudden are just like, we're not getting renewed, so we have to, like, ham-fist an ending in really quickly, and it just, like, feels deeply unsatisfying. That happens a lot too. And also the reverse happens a lot where like a season clearly like they were like, this is probably only gonna last a season or two. And then they blow their load on the second season, and the ending of the second season, or the first season even, is like fantastic, and it like culminates in a really satisfying way. And then people like it so much that it gets renewed, but they like don't have anywhere to go from there because they've already like done everything and the world's already been saved or whatever, so they just have to like keep upping the ante, and it just ends up getting really ridiculous. Ring of Power, not accurate, but I do like they showed stuff we don't see in the movies. Alone is good. The Umbrella Academy was the first season, so good. The last season full of shit. Yeah, I 100% agree about the Umbrella Academy. I'm a pretty big MCR fan, My Chemical Romance, and Gerard Way is the lead singer from that is who's responsible for the Umbrella Academy comic books. So I was really excited when that series came out, and I was really happy and really interested in the first season. And even the first couple of seasons were pretty good. The last season, it was just like, what happened to the writers? Like, none of it made any sense. Like, why was that chicken a giant squid? Like, what? Me and Goldie, after we watched that, like, for a week straight, we'd just be sitting somewhere and one of us would be like, I've got a question. And the other person would be like, yeah, shoot, what's the question? We'd be like, why was that chicken a giant squid? Why was she in the giant squid? But you just can't, I don't know, you can't expect too much from shows when they just keep going on like that and then have to sum themselves up all of a sudden. That one was just a really bad one for like upping the ante too soon and then trying to like just keep putting it higher and higher every single season. Happened to Supernatural also. They should have ended that series long before. I believe that. I never watched a lot of Supernatural, but I can see, just based on how long that show went on, that it would have been a case like that, where it just, like, they started making silly decisions for the sake of keeping it alive. What was that sci-fi that I watched? It was so dumb. The 100. The 100 is a show that the first season I was like, you know what, this is a cool concept. I'm kind of into it. I'm interested. I like it. It's fun. I like it. And then as the seasons went on, it just got stupider and stupider into like insane chaos that didn't make any sense, that I got so mad. And I did finish the whole season just because at some point, like, it got so ridiculous that I was like, I'm committed now. I have to watch the whole thing because I want to know, like, are they just gonna, like, end it with a, like, it was all a dream? Because by the time they got to, like, season 4 or something, it just didn't make any sense anymore. I try getting into 100, glad I stopped. And yeah, I liked the first season a lot, the second season was okay, and then everything after that just, like, season by season got more and more chaotic until there was no world you could ever save it again. But like I said, good concept. The original concept was good. Interesting sci-fi, but I don't know. There's, like I was saying earlier, there's just too much of the, like, rehash current, already, like, popular fandom stuff going on. I've watched, like, The Mandalorian and stuff because I do like Star Wars, but it just becomes a lot of, like, self-referential, gratuitous stuff that, like, the story takes a back burner to, like, fan pandering, and, so I just kind of have lost, a lot of my interest in that kind of media, because I used to watch, I would say, like, primarily sci-fi and fantasy, but lately, something about those realms have just gotten, it seems like very money-driven and not very, like, love and story-driven, which is really sad, but not to say that there aren't, like, outliers, but have I watched Jupiter Legacy? That one was so good, Netflix cut it after the first season. Interesting. I did not. I did, one of my friends said that they liked it, and I meant to watch it, but I'm one of those people who doesn't pay for any of my streaming services because my brother pays for them, and, so I just use his account. And Netflix, when they changed it so that, it got, like, locked and they were like, no more account sharing. We won't allow any more account sharing. I got locked out of my brother's Netflix and now I can't watch Netflix stuff. And out of like just misery and spite, I refuse to pay for my own account. I do torrent media all the time, so if I wanted to watch it, I could just torrent it, but, and yeah, Netflix has done that with a number of things. A lot of shows, like, only get a short run before they get cut. I will say Netflix in general has had, more originals that I've been interested in than, like, Prime has, or, even HBO. I know HBO usually gets touted as the, like, the good one, but I think Netflix actually, I really like Stranger Things. There's just been a couple like Netflix ones that have gone really well in my opinion. I made a mistake and I overcut this grape. And now he's not round. And now I have to cut him back in. Okay, I'm not sure if I want to put all of this, like, texture in, that you can see on the tablecloth or whatever. I'm definitely going to finesse these shadows in, but I'll do the shadows first and then decide if I, like, want to be done with this or if I'm gonna try and put all of that, like, little, like, gray texture that you can see on the tablecloth in. Had to get my mom her own account because of that. Yeah, they really just, like, I get it. We weren't paying for it, so I understand. But they should understand that, like, a lot of people, instead of, deciding to start paying for it, are going instead to start, just not using Netflix. After cutting the background in, I'm not as pleased with the highlight on this tube, so I very distractedly am just going to highlight it a little bit more before I move on, while I'm thinking about it. Helped a little bit. Honestly, I think I could go further. I think, I'm not sure if the issue is that I need to darken this side a little bit, or if the issue is that I need to lighten the middle a little bit. I just hope Disney and Prime don't do the same. Yeah, same. I still have access to my brother's Disney account, his Crave account, and his, Prime account. And if they pull us on those, then I'm gonna have to cave probably and start paying for a subscription myself. First world problems, you know? How dare I have to pay for my own entertainment? It just becomes really hard to convince yourself to pay for stuff like that when there are, like, free alternatives now that, like, if it's that big of a pain in the ass and they're gonna make it hard for me to watch that stuff, then I am totally just going to spend my time sitting on Twitch instead, or I'm totally just going to, like, cave and, like, torrent stuff or use one of the, like, free streaming services like Tubi and just deal with the ads. I am going to darken this edge up just slightly. Well, I'm not convinced that it's the true thing to do based on the picture. I am convinced that it will, visually, for the sake of the painting, just make it pop a little better. Interesting. Camera makes it read as a lot harsher of a line than it does in real life. Maybe it's because it's not dry yet. Oh, hey! Sal Springitha. Thank you for the follow. You try to get the cheaper options, but Disney and Netflix don't have cheap. I get Max with ads, and it's only like $5. Yeah, that's not too bad. I lately have been like such a cheapskate with stuff, though. I just like developed the mentality that like money that I'm spending on stuff like that, I could be spending on more fun things like going out to eat or like going to shows or something. And I could still get the best of both worlds as long as I just put in the effort to download the stuff illegally. And should I be supporting that as a choice? No, probably not, especially not in a like public forum. But legitimately, like, I just, like, if I really want to watch something that badly and I don't have access to it any other way, I will just get the torrent out and I will get torrenting. I found a lot of really good resources for torrenting books as well, so I stopped buying books and I have a Kobo and I just torrent my books, or I borrow them from the library, or I borrow ebooks from the library, and I mooch off of my brother's Netflix and what have you. Well, not his Netflix anymore, but his Prime and everything accounts. And I am realistically amazed, probably, by the amount of money I save in a month by being stubborn about it. But in a perfect world, I would be the richest lady ever, and I could just throw money around, and I could be like, a $10 a month service? Whatever, here's the money. I just want the convenience of being able to look at it quickly. But it starts to feel like a riskier decision when you go to the grocery store and a, like, banana is like $2 now, when it used to be cheap, or like, you're used to buying like a box of like Kraft dinner or something for like 99 cents, and you go to the store and it's like pushing $3 a box, and you're like, what is happening? How is this happening to us? So I've been skinter lately on purpose, and it's paying off. I think it's paying off. Your painting is beautiful, and I love your ears. Thank you so much. The painting is nearing done. We are just finishing the tablecloth, and then we have a stick, a little grape stick. That's not the word we settled on. A grape stem to paint. And thank you for the compliment on my ears. I love them. They are my favorite. Same here. Eggs are around $6 a dozen now. Yeah, that is crazy. And you're in America, right, Sanfley? You said you were just south of us in the States. So $6 American is insane. Like, absolutely insane. I am pretty lucky. The grocery store near my house still has a dozen eggs for $3.99? I think $3.99. The last time I was there a couple days ago, we still had semi-affordable eggs. How long that's gonna last for, I don't know. I know the egg thing in the States has been in the news, so hopefully Canada manages to keep its head out of the egg problems, but we have a whole slew of our own other problems, so there are certain things that, like, I'm, like, livid are more expensive now. I'm vegetarian, so I don't eat meat, and it used to be that the vegan and vegetarian alternatives for meat were comparable to meat, and for some stupid reason, with all of the inflation that's happened, the vegetarian meat, which is made out of, like, plants, is, like, twice the price of an actual steak, which is crazy to me. Like, I don't get it. Like, you had to grow a cow who had to eat the vegetables that you could have used to make my fake meat. So, like, why is it more expensive? It shouldn't be more expensive. It's insane. You guys contributing with the emotes. But yeah, eggs are crazy. Eggs are insane. I'm tired of this stuff. I'm sure we all are on very similar agreement that the cost of living everywhere is just absolutely stupid right now, and we're all struggling for it. It's just not fair. I just want to eat nice snacks. I don't want to have to pay like $7 Canadian for a bag of chips. That's nutty. That shouldn't be a thing. So I just have a slightly darker color that I am going to paint the edges of these shadows out with. And then we'll go back in with the darker shadow color afterwards. It's just easier to blend the light under the dark with shadows, I find. Honestly, I might have made that too dark. For this kind of thing, I like to use like a lot of water and kind of let it pool a little bit. I don't know if pool is the right word, but I just find it ends you with like a softer looking shadow than like a harsh line, and shadows are a really strange thing to paint because sometimes their lines are really firm and hard, and sometimes they blend in these like small, soft, really hard to replicate smooth transitions. I have decided that I am going to put some of this like texturing on the background. I don't like how like just white everything is, so I am going to just dot a bunch of that in there now as well. You'd think those kinds of things would get cheaper. You would think, yeah, but they just don't. World is turning into a bit nutty nut. Yeah, they're pretty nutty nut. They're nutty nut out there with our grocery prices. Housing prices as well. Ottawa's not that bad for it in the grand scheme of Canada. And I don't know where any of you guys live, but in parts of Canada, the like minimum wage versus the cost of an average like studio apartment is just absolutely unnecessarily stupid. We pay 1,600 Canadian a month for our apartment, and we have to pay our utilities on top of that, and well, heat is included, but we have to pay electric and internet on top of that, and we also have to pay 200 a month on top of that for our parking spot, and it's just a little baby 1-bedroom apartment, which is, it's just silly, but honestly, for what we have, if we were living in Toronto, we would be paying double, absolutely double, which is just cruel, honestly. Our playlist has ended. Just find another one to throw on. Yo, Kitsune Lo-Fi? Fox Lo-Fi, you say? Sign me up. Okay. We'll give this one a try. In Florida, I pay $300 a month to live in a room at my folks. Honestly, they're charging you $300 a month. You have to pay them $300 a month. They won't just keep you for free. That's pretty bad. If I moved back in with my parents, they would let me live there for free, I think. But honestly, like, $300 a month is pretty good. You're not going to get that anywhere but the dear old parents' house. Here's even more crazy for housing in Canada. There's a YouTuber comparing Canadian housing being more expensive than buying a castle in France. It is actually legitimately more expensive. For like $500,000 in Ontario, you basically can buy a hut. If you were trying to purchase a home, you can basically buy a hut. That's about it. And not in a good location hut. Like a hut in a bad location you can have for $500,000. You help out around here as well, and none of us are young. 300 to 500. You don't mind helping out. That's good. When we left PEI and moved back to Ontario, we also lived with my parents really briefly. And while they didn't charge us or anything, and honestly, like, they probably were paying a fair amount of money feeding us because they were buying most of the groceries while we were living there, which was really nice. Because they don't care, and they'll 100% buy you the expensive grapes if you want the expensive grapes. That's the great thing about living at my parents' place. But I definitely, like, tried to make my keep and would help clean, and if anyone needed any projects doing, I would hop to and get any projects done. If anyone needs anything at all, you definitely, you gotta show your appreciation by hopping to and helping as fast as possible. I'm gonna be real. I do not want to paint these shadows. I have no interest in them. It's not fun for me. It's deeply unsatisfying. I've never been a fan of having to put the shadows in. I don't know why. I don't know why they, like, are different than just another grape or something, but... I'm just not a fan of doing it. I can feel myself making lazy decisions instead of thinking harder about where I'm placing colors and lines. For instance, the color that I am painting with right now is altogether too blue. It's not neutral enough. It needs more red mixed in. And I know that, and I just haven't fixed it because I don't really want to do it. I get fussy at this stage of a painting where it's like, yeah, it's basically done. Like, can't I just, like, hand it over to somebody else and they'll finish it for me? Honestly, I think not just red, but yellow. I think it needs yellow. It's not a neutral enough tone. Gonna hop on a game. See you again. Have a good time in your game. See you later. I keep forgetting it's the weekend. I'm very bad with knowing what day it is. All of yesterday, I thought it was Saturday. I was like, oh no, I can't run to the art store to pick anything up because they're gonna be closed because it's Saturday. And then I'd be like, no, it's not. It's Friday. It's not the weekend yet. And then today, for some reason, it doesn't feel like the weekend to me. I don't know why. It feels like a weekday. I have no idea how long we've been painting for today. How long have we been live? Almost 3 hours. We're doing pretty good. I haven't even taken a break yet. My vertigo is nice and mild today. It has been the last couple of days, which is good. So I've managed to keep nice long stretches without taking breaks, which is rare for me. Hopefully it's a trend and it stays this way for a while. And put some like random scribbly little lines in all over the place to... Guess I can move this down a little bit so you can see what I'm doing better. To try and get this like pockmarky texture down here. It's weird because in the photo it's clear that this stuff is sitting on a fabric. But it's not really behaving in like, it's not like draped or anything. It just has like texture. And that can be kind of the hardest thing to capture, because you don't want it to just look like a hard white surface. But if there are no folds in the fabric to paint, it's sometimes hard to convey that. It's also a lot easier when you're painting shadows to stop caring about the like intricacies of the shapes of them and stuff. When you're looking at something like a grapefruit or a grape, you can kind of look at the shape and be like, it's not as round as would look natural, or it's not as pointy as it would look natural. And so if it's off, it's a lot more jarring. Whereas with shadows, like, it's easy to not think of them as anything, really, and so the shape, it's kind of hard to capture in your mind's eye. Sometimes you just kind of gotta step a bit away from it and look at it from afar. All needs to be way darker. Way darker. Oopsie. Sorry. My big ear is getting in the way again. Just add a bit more of this, like, miscellaneous squishing about. Try and add more texture. Probably be faster if I did it with a, not a liner brush. Need small ears to see how they look. Oh no, I don't know if I could go with small ears. What I need is a better mount for my camera. That would be the real solution. Which I am probably going to cave and just buy, because you can get, like, better arms than what I'm using for, like, $30 on Amazon. Ah! That come with, like, a nice ring light that's temperature controllable, and then I wouldn't have to... You guys can't see it, but my desk is just a mess of, like, things, cameras, and wires stacked all over the place to make this setup work. I think, if I could cave and get an arm that could hold my... The problem is my camera... I can make it go higher, but I can't make it go further out behind me. And if I could make it go higher and further out behind me, it would clear my ears and still be able to see this at the right height. But if I just make it taller, then it just makes this, like, really distorted looking. So I kind of have to keep it here unless I can send it behind me further. So I need a longer armed mount. I definitely think I am just gonna cave and order one, because this one is really fussy. It's also, the one I'm using is, it's not even for a camera, it's for a microphone. And so obviously it's not meant to hold a cell phone. So I have it, like, Jimmy rigged, where I have, like, stuffed a little mini tripod that does hold a phone into the, like, arm that holds the microphone and, like, velcroed it into place. And honestly, it's just a little silly, and it kind of slips periodically and becomes a problem. So we're gonna cave and we're gonna buy the different arm, I think. I can afford it because I don't pay for Netflix or anything. I steal my brother's. This is why. This is why we're cheap, so that when we need to buy a new arm, because the one we're using is silly, it seems totally doable, because we mooch off our brother's streaming services. Get a wish list so viewers can buy them for you. Yeah, that's a good idea. I don't know how many people would actually do that, but it's a lovely dream to just be a little fox who gets taken care of by all of the people in chat. Live the luxurious life. You guys can buy me my expensive grapes. A tree branch with tape would work also. Yeah, that's true. Honestly, I don't know if a tree branch with some duct tape would be an upgrade or a downgrade from my current situation. I tried to make it work with what I had, and it works. You're here, you're watching it do its thing. But it was work to get it here, that's for sure. And it didn't need to be this much work. The stupidest thing, I can just show you guys actually, because I can move this one. I have, like, all of this stuff on my wall behind my desk. I keep all of my, like, pens and stuff on a shelf that's behind me. And you can see my, like, monitor arm is, like, attached to the shelf. And it, like, comes up and is, like, Jimmy rigged with, like, Velcro and a little mini tripod holding my camera, which is just so silly. And then I have, like, a light here that's on a box balanced precariously to light the work. And then, yeah, it's a bit of a mess, honestly. It's chaos. But the other day when I was setting this up, I took my, I took this light that I have on this box, because it's usually by my bedside table. I took it and I set it up here to try and get some extra light on my work. And when I did, I hit all of those pens behind my desk, and every single one of those went crashing to the floor, and all of the organized pencils and pens and everything just ended up in a huge heap on the floor, like an absolute mess on the floor. And I was, like, trying to get set up to stream, and I was already annoyed because, like, I was starting later than I wanted to be starting, and I was just livid about it, and I had to just sit and painstakingly pick up all of these pencils off the floor and reorganize them back into their boxes and put it all back up. And then I got that all done and I got the light set up and it was fine and I was ready to go. And then I was like, oh shoot, my microphone isn't where it needs to be because I had moved it to the other side for when I'm on Discord gaming with friends and stuff. And I was like, I gotta put it back. And I grabbed it and I tugged the cord around my monitors and I stuck it down. And when I did that, it knocked like 2 or 3 more of those things with pens on the floor all over again. I was so annoyed. I was livid. I don't know the last time I've been like that frustrated. But I picked it all up and I put it all away again. It ended up being fine. And now I've learned my lesson, and when I move things around, I'm a lot more careful not to knock all of my belongings on the floor. Have I permanently learned my lesson? Will that be the last time that I ever knock those pens absolutely everywhere? Probably not. I don't give myself that much credit, but... I would just call it quits and stream another day. I seriously thought about it. I was pretty livid. I like made myself a tea and like sat on my couch just like fuming about it for like probably 15 minutes before I was like, okay, it's fine. You cleaned it up. It's fine. You can stream. It's fine. But like I said, some days like stuff works, some days stuff doesn't. I didn't drop any pens today, and I haven't dropped a paintbrush out of my hand into any paint yet today. And probably cursed myself by saying that, and it's gonna happen now. However, I have had several stream technical difficulties with my cameras giving out on me, so some days you gotta pick up pencils, some days your cameras don't work. So it's all just a silly little trade-off. I'm not too mad about any of it, though. We're here, and we're almost done the still life. And that's all that matters. What do I want to be doing here? This is not the brush I can use at this point. I need to go back down smaller again so that I can blend easier with more control. At least the cam is on now, that's true. Cam is on, for now. Like I said though, you never know when you say things like that if you're about to curse it. It could be cursed. We could have just cursed it. It might just turn off of its own accord now. It was bold of me to move it around. I'm surprised it didn't call it quits when I picked it up. But it's, setting up an art stream is just hard. It's, gaming is a lot easier because, like, you just set up a face cam if you want, and you don't even really have to set up a face cam, and you just capture your screen and away you go. With this, I've watched other artists, and tried to think about, things that I found annoying or that I wanted to be able to see that I couldn't see in their streams. Like, I find a lot of artists who are painting on stream, you can't see their palettes while they're working. And then, inevitably, because you're talking about what you're doing, you are talking about what colors you're mixing and what you're doing on the palette. And as a viewer, when you can't see that, you're just like, oh, come on, I wish I could see it, though. So I really wanted to have a palette cam and an art cam and a face cam, all that like worked separately. And so you just gotta figure out how to get it all set up together. And it's not a simple process to get that many webcams to cooperate for some reason. You would think like it's 2025 where technology should be like eons past this being a complicated ask, but surprisingly no, it is still complicated. And there's still room for improvement. does make it more interesting, especially to see the colors get mixed. Yeah, that's what I figured. Like I said, I've watched some people who, like, they're great color mixers. They know a lot about pigment, and you can learn a lot by watching how people mix their paint. So when you can't see a streamer's palette, and they're talking about what they're mixing, but you can't physically see it, it's just can be a little annoying. You just like have that sensation of like, oh, come on, I want to see it, I want to see it, let me see it. Get a camera set up because I want to be able to see it. But similar to what I was saying yesterday when we were streaming Don't Starve, I find it's hard to hit a happy medium between having everything on screen that you need to have on screen and your screen not just being like a chaotic mess of stuff you don't need. I don't really like overlays. I don't like when there's a bunch of unnecessary text and stuff on stream. But when I'm painting art, I do want people to be able to see the reference photo I'm using, the work I'm doing, the palette camera, and me. And so that automatically means you have like 4 separate things you got to be able to fit on there. I also find it frustrating when artists don't show the reference that they're working from. Especially when they're doing like studies where they're basically just straight copying a reference, just because it helps, I think, from a learning perspective to watch people paint, to be able to see actively exactly what they're looking at. And when you say things like, oh, I need to change this line because it doesn't match up with the reference photo, you can look at the reference photo and then like your eye gets a little trained every time you see what they're talking about. And so there's some artists that I follow that they have Discords, and they will at least, they'll post their reference images in the Discord, so if you want to see it, you can at least bring it up yourself, which I do. Like Kel's art, who I watch a lot, who's been learning how to paint with oil paints. She doesn't post her reference image on her stream, but it is in her Discord, so you can at least go get it yourself and look at it there. Yeah, same, I hate those. They make screens smaller. Yeah, exactly. I just think like they're chaotic. Like it's unnecessary. I like simplicity in design when it comes to trying to parse a stream. Hate it when there's chaos all over the place. But to each their own, I guess. Some people might like having extreme visual stimulation at all times, but to me, I just get distracted and have a hard time looking at what I'm supposed to be looking at. Okay, that was way too much water. Accidentally mixed the darkest tone I had mixed lighter. Just have to mix a little bit more dark because it looks like this orange makes, there's this dark patch here, but then it looks like it makes like just a line of darkness right here. So try and sneak that in there. Okay. That's way too bright right there. I don't know why the light area is so bright. This white and just put some scrumbly highlighty bits here and there. These shadows we made don't look so one note. Mocap, hello. Nice painting, thank you. We're very, very close to done. I am fussing unnecessarily with the tablecloth, and I'm going to basically immediately stop doing that. And we are going to put those grapes stem in. There is just a little shadow area here that I just want to clean up a little bit. And I think this area here needs to be lightened just a little bit. Okay, are we missing anything on the shadows on the tablecloth? Not big on some of what the brush stroking looks like in this area here. It's too painterly. It just like you can see the wiggles of the strokes, so I'm going to try and correct that by just poking little spots over the top of it to break up that stroke pattern so that your eyes don't read it as painted strokes. And that way it becomes a little bit more textural and a little bit less like a squiggle that came off my brush. And the same for just the slightly darker tone. Just poke some pokey guys in. Helped a little bit. It's not the most photorealistic, but I'm gonna be real, I don't want to be painting these pomegranates anymore, so... Or this pomegranate. And these grapes. And these grapefruit chunks. Okay, it's stickin' time. How do I want to approach this stick situation? It's always nerve-wracking putting a finishing touch like this on when you can't make like a shape easily without risking not being where you want it to be. What I'm gonna do is grab a pencil crayon. Sure. And we're gonna make some decisions on how to make a stick. I'll zoom you guys in so you can see the stickins for yourself. Okay. I'll zoom in on my grapes a little bit in my reference here. Okay. So we have a start right here. It comes down to about there. So draw a little line like that. And then this comes down. And he goes up and over. And then this comes back like this. And there's like a little squiggly guy that lives in there. And then this comes down like this. And this comes out of the top of this grape. Cuts down that way. Cuts up. And then we have a little... The area where all these sticks meet is at about the height of the top of this grape. So I will come over from there. It's just slightly taller. And that comes down from right here. So that comes off these like this. And at about just a little bit taller than this grape is where this branch comes off. And it rounds around like that. And then this side comes off that. Stick like that. Comes across that. And then this just kind of curves up and it leaves the page at about the height of the tube. So just there's a slight angle. Okay, so that is our shape. It's a little bit shorter than it really looks on the drawing, but... Oh, you thought I was just gonna draw them? I'm drawing just the outline of it in so that I don't make a mess paint. Because if I tried to do that little drawing that I just did of where the shape goes with the paintbrush, I would be a lot more likely to just like not have a crisp line, and then when I go to paint it in, it would be outside the edges, and then I'd have to get the background color back involved to clean it up. So the pencil crayon's just a nice way to get that in there and do it with confidence without risking messing up too much. I didn't do it this time, but a really nice trick for if you want to do pencil outline work for stuff like this on an acrylic piece, if you painted in acrylic and you need to figure out some outlining and you're not sure if you're going to get it right on the first try, is you can do this kind of pencil work with a watercolor pencil. And then if you have a problem, like say I didn't like this line, if I had done this with a watercolor pencil crayon, I can just dip my brush in water and basically erase it entirely, wipe it with a Kleenex or whatever, and it'll come right off. This is just a regular pencil crayon, so it wouldn't work with that. But if you used a watercolor pencil crayon and it's over acrylic, then if you make mistakes, you can just use water to erase them. That wouldn't be 100% true if you used like a really strong pigment. Like if you use like a ultramarine blue or something over a white, it might not completely pull out. But if you used something weaker like a yellow and then you lifted it with water, you could just experiment around and then figure out where you want your stuff to be and then erase what you don't want in there, which is nice. There are a lot of people too who actually finish their acrylic paintings with pencil crayon to put the final details in, which I can see the temptation because you could get a lot of control on texture with a pencil crayon that it's harder to do with a brush. Okay, stem painting. I'm not super sold on any of these brushes I currently have in my little corral, so I'm gonna see if I've got any other options. Because these are really long and skinny, it's nice to put them in with a script liner. So this is a script liner. It is a brush that has a really long, skinny head. Looks a little fanned out right now because it's not wet. But once it's wet, you can see it comes to a really nice point and it's really long, so it holds a lot of paint. And so you can do long strokes like this without having to make a bunch of little itsy bitsy tiny pokes. So this little thing is very brown, so I'm gonna mix up a very dark brown And honestly, it's a very green toned brown, so I'm mixing a little bit of yellow in there to tone it in the direction of green. And I'm gonna do the whole thing and shadows first. So we'll start here. Just as always, looking at the shapes. Stare at those shapes and try and match them. One thing I've done is I've made this line a lot straighter than it is in the reference. It was kind of an accident. Similar to the right side of this, where this rock should realistically be a little bit more chubby, thicker. I had to squish it down. There is similarly a little bit less space on this side than shows in the reference picture, which meant I didn't have as much room to make this curve a nice curve. So but for this, I'm not that worried about this part looking like the reference exactly. I just want it to be done. So long as it looks definitively like a stem, that's all we care about. Grape stems kind of have these like knobbly little points on them, so I'm just making little like round chunks. Shadow. And then we'll put the highlights in that will bring those back up to life. Yeah. Little sticky stems for grapes aren't very straight of twigs. They're kind of like gnarly and twisty, so I'm trying to make sure I'm not making my lines too straight and congruent, because it won't look like nature then. Okay, got a little dark patch here. Well, it's nice that I explains it. Thank you. I'm glad you find it interesting. I find it really helpful when I'm watching other people do things, and they explain their reasoning and techniques and stuff, even if nobody really cares or asks. It's just nice to pick information up in the world. I am a very big hobby dabbler, and I like to pick up a lot of hobbies, so whenever anybody's talking about something that they're passionate about and they start listing off, like, just different ways to do things and tricks and stuff that can make your life easier, I always kind of try and log that all away so that I have it in the banks if I ever do that thing myself. I just find information very interesting. Even useless information. Okay. Oh, I missed the line that runs from... Oh no, I didn't. It just kind of blended into the background. Okay, and now we are going to switch to our itsy bitsy tiny itsy bitsy baby liner brush. Put the highlights on this stick. The highlight color that we are working with is... Let's see what happens if we mix some of this dark color we've been using with some white. That ain't right. That ain't even close to right. That is way too gray. So the highlights on this are very yellow. They're very much like an olive greeny yellow tone. They are brown, but they are a very yellow brown. So I'm gonna try and mix a bunch of these colors together until we're nearing the tones that I'm seeing in there. It's getting closer. Honestly, golden is a good way to describe it. Honestly, I think I might be happy with that. Okay. It is not, this is kind of a mid-tone. The actual highlight is lighter than this, but this is good for a mid-tone, so. Problem is that it's not very opaque. This yellow that I'm using is super sheer. So it's not covering the black very well because there's so much yellow in it. What I'm gonna do is I'm actually just gonna pull out some yellow ochre and stick that on there because honestly it's pretty close. The highlight color is pretty close to just straight yellow ochre. And yellow ochre is much more opaque than the other yellows is. It will cover a lot more. So yeah, that's pretty close actually. I might just mix a little bit of brown into that. It's a little bit greener, so mix a little bit of blue in there as well. That was too much blue. Well, actually maybe not. The yellow ochre is pretty strong, so it can fight the blue better than the other two yellows can. That's pretty good. Okay, I'm happy with that as a mid-tone. And honestly, I think I'm happy with the straight yellow ochre as the highlight, so I'm just gonna go in with this mid-tone. See, you can immediately see how much better that yellow ochre is at covering the darker tone than the other yellows were. Because it's not a sheer pigment. Or it's not a sheer mix, I should say. The way the other ones are a sheer mix. Ah, headphone fell out. I caught it just in the nick of time, though. Gonna plant grapes in your house, but for what I read, it takes 3 years to see them have fruits. That's very frustrating. But you should not. Oh, our help ended. You should not let that stop you. When we moved into our place in Summerside, okay, that is way too chaotic for me right now. I need something way more peaceful than that. That's better. What was I saying? Oh, we planted asparagus when we moved into our house in Summerside, and similarly, it is not really the kind of thing that you're supposed to harvest immediately. It can take a number of years before you can start harvesting in on it. So we planted it, and it was, I think, year 3 or 4 that we finally started to be able to get the fruit from it. And while it was frustrating to have to wait, once the payoff finally happened, it was so worth it. We did plant some other things that were not that long of a wait for, and man, some of those paid off great as well. We had a really big strawberry patch, and I would just be inundated, like absolutely inundated with strawberries every single spring. And I would make so much strawberry jam, and I would have to do basically no upkeep on the plants. Just spring would roll around and they'd just start pumping out strawberries. And it was my favorite, and I miss those plants dearly now that we don't live there. But I suppose our apartment has a little like back patio, like backyard access situation that if I really wanted, I could get some planters and plant some stuff out there, which I might do this summer. I do really like gardening. I miss it now that we're not homeowners. That's crazy. I thought asparagus was an easy grow. It is relatively easy in that, like, you don't have to do very much to it. You just put it in the ground and up it comes. But when you first plant it, the plants, like, they won't do well if, like, the first year that you put them in, you just harvest, because the roots never get the nutrition that they need. So for the first couple years, at least, they say, like, to just let them grow wild and not to harvest that much of it, and it's better for the longevity of the plant. And then after a couple years, you can start to, like, really harvest in, but not to do it right away. We also had a couple trees that we planted. We had an apple tree and a plum tree that we planted. And those surprisingly started yielding pretty quickly. They're also the kind of thing that they say, like, you should not let them grow fruit very much when they're very young, because they'll waste all their energy making the fruit instead of putting it towards establishing roots and stuff like that can make the plant stronger in the long run. And so we tried to pull a lot of the flowers off so that it didn't make too much fruit at the start. But we still let a couple grow. And so the first year we planted it, I got my first apple off it and my first plum off it, and it was a very satisfying experience. I find growing food is just so much fun. My favorite things to grow were annuals, actually. I really liked growing butternut squash, and I really liked growing peas, like snap peas, like snow peas, that kind of thing. Even beans in general. They're just really easy to grow, and it's so satisfying to, like, get to eat something that you, like, made yourself. You want to plant some trees also? Any specific trees? Specific fruits? I went apple and pear, or not pear, sorry, apple and plum, not necessarily because I'm, like, the biggest plum head. I am really into apples, but plums I wasn't necessarily, but they just worked really well for the climate that we lived in. And after having them for a couple years, they really grew on me, and I ended up loving them. I wish Canada could grow some stuff like oranges better. There are certain trees that in our region, like, you just can't really... You're not going to be able to successfully grow citrus up here. But apples pop off like crazy. You can grow tons of apples up here. Apples and maybe cherries and lemons. Lemons would be really fun. I use lemon a lot. I make a lot of lemonade and I cook with lemon a lot. So having access to fresh lemons in my yard would be so satisfying. And cherries are a good one too. I had a cherry tree in my backyard as a child that me and my brother used to like climb around in. And I love that tree. My family got so many cherries from it. Although I do remember it had a tendency to be a little bit of a wasp magnet that you'd have to be careful because the cherries would attract a lot of bees. Not that that's a bad thing as long as you respect the bees. But certainly we'd be climbing it sometimes and like you'd just see a lot of bees up there and be like, oh, I don't know, should I be up here right now? I think it was really bold of me last stream to say that I thought I was going to be able to finish this so quickly that I'd be able to work on some color charts this stream. Very bold of me indeed. Foolish, really. Don't know why I thought that would happen. Homemade lemonade is so good. Yeah, I only really started making it this year, and I'm so addicted. It's just so easy to make, and like just such a good drink. You got 2 maple trees, but I don't know if I can get maple from them yet. I don't know. It's only a specific maple that does it, right? Like the sugar maple, I think. I've never had a maple tree that you could get maple syrup from before. That would be really fun though to make your own maple syrup. Save you so much money too. Maple syrup is so expensive. I don't know if 2 trees would be enough to like yield like anything of that much value. I think like you need like a lot to make a decent jug of syrup, but I guess that depends on how much syrup you go through in a year. The sugar-free sweeteners for my lemonade. Oh, that's smart. Which sugar-free sweeteners do you like? I find a lot of them I like. I'm not a big fan of the taste of. What are the good ones so I can see like if I can find one that I actually really like the taste of. I think I over-lightened part of this stem, so I'm just gonna go through and bring parts of it back down. And then there's this like area in here that like is mega dark. Let's put a little bit of blue on there to darken it up a lot. You know what? I think I am not that mad at any of this. I want... What I want a... little bit more of a highlight right in here. And let's see, if there are any areas we can just kind of push the highlights a little bit further on. On the pomegranate, I still feel like he needs like just a little bit more up here. Okay. No, more still, still more. One more. There's a bit of a highlight right here. It's missing. Oh, we never put the, right, we never put the little hairs in up here. It's easy. Slap those guys in there now. Mix this little middle brown shade and just put a couple... Oh, sorry. Sorry. And then go back over that with a bit of a richer brown for a couple spots. Honestly, I think we can even go a little bit more into the yellow ochre, just for contrast. And I'm not too mad about that. I still think this side of this is not dark enough. Mostly stevia, but I used another with a weird name. I'll have to look it up. Monk fruit is one I've been hearing is good lately, but I've not used yet. I've never heard of a monk fruit sweetener. I have tried stevia, and I'm not huge on stevia. But I'll look into this monk fruit, because that sounds new to me. I suppose it's like anything, the key is you have to convince yourself to just keep drinking it long enough that it becomes kind of normal, that it tastes the way it does. I obviously, because I'm vegetarian, I eat a lot of like fake meats and stuff like that that are just made out of plants, and a lot of it tastes strange when you first go vegetarian because you're used to the taste of meat and you think a chicken wing is going to taste like a chicken wing, and then you have a vegetarian chicken wing and it does absolutely not taste like a chicken wing. But at some point you like forget what chicken wings taste like, and you get so used to the flavor of the thing that you're actually eating that you end up craving it on its own. And now like there's certain like beef substitutes and stuff that I get from the grocery store that are made out of like mushrooms or something, and not real beef, that I crave specifically, even though they taste not like actual beef. And I assume artificial sweeteners would be like that after eating them for a while. You would just kind of like get used to the different taste. I think part of the problem I'm having with this shadow is that it is altogether too cold. I think what I need to do... Also, like, it seems like it gets slightly darker around this point. It, like, goes from dark to slightly lighter to slightly darker to light. Just, again, another case of, like, you think you know what a shadow looks like until you don't. So I'm going to grab... Oh, come on, you gotta be in here somewhere. This tube of white called zinc white, which is different than titanium white because it is sheer. It is very see-through compared to titanium white, and I'm going to use that to build the highlight on the right side up in a nicer, glowier way. It took you a bit to get used to not having sugar, but the lemonade made it easier because I didn't notice a difference much. That makes sense. The like lemon would be like a strong flavor that would counteract that. Where can I stick this? Here, get out of the way, Penny. I need that corner. Just need the littlest bit of this zinc white. So as you can see, the zinc white is, compared to the titanium white, very sheer. So even not much watered down, I can lay this on and you can still see stuff underneath it pretty easily. So it's going to be a lot easier for me to build this up in a glowy way because it is a sheer color. Fortunately, messing with these highlights and shadows, we have lost a bit of our definition on the like marbling that we put on this little thing, but I think it's more important that the light effect looks right. I could put the marbling back in at the end if I really cared, but I don't know if I really care. And there is a weird little highlighty reflect just above this grape. Kind of pulls upwards. That's there. We're putting it in. think we need is the fan so that we can see what we're actually working with here. So if you're avoiding sugar, do you also avoid like non-diet pops when you drink like Coke or whatever? Do you drink the diet stuff? You try to buy mostly sugar-free stuff since it's a lot more common now. Interesting. I should probably try and convince myself to get used to it. Anytime I drink like a Diet Coke or something, I'm always like, it's not the same, I don't want it, I'd rather just drink water. But I'd probably get used to it if I gave it a fairer chance. I went through a phase where I wasn't drinking much in the way of pop or anything, and then recently, I don't know what happened to me, but out of nowhere, I like have been like just addicted to pop, and I just like crave it all the time. It probably is because I'm not drinking enough water, and realistically, I should be forcing myself to drink more water so that I don't want to drink as much pop, but I've been drinking a lot of Sprite and 7-Up for some reason. Coca-Cola and Pepsi will never taste the same, but some of the newer brands make a good job with some of them. I remember trying, not Diet Coke, but was it Coke Zero, I think, back in the day, and being like, you know what, that's not the worst. It's not that far off. But yeah, the diet ones are, they definitely have to be a, like, thing you gotta get used to. I feel like, just like everything, we should be like, technology-wise, it's like it's 2025, like, we should have this on lock. Where's my, like, 0-calorie, 100% protein, vegan jerky? How do I get that? Why don't we have that? We can go to space, but we don't have that? Come on. I'm really, just not happy with the way things are lying down on this, post. I think there was a, like, previous iteration of it that was better. And somehow we've back-ended ourselves into sort of ruining it a little bit. Oh, hey! Who do we have here? Super Terrific Trevor 97? 97? There's 96 more of you? Thank you for the follow. 97. Super Terrific Trevors. And he's super terrific, too. He could just be terrific. He could just be super, but he's not. He's super terrific. God, I wish I was that good. It's looking like out of sheer stupidity and frustration, I might be kind of just repainting this block. Because I am not happy with any of this. I'm not happy with it. I'm just not happy with it. We're repainting it. I don't want to hear anything about it. I know I said I was almost done. We're repainting it. I don't want to hear it. Nobody comment. It's happening, and I don't want to hear about it. And we're going to try to do it wet on wet so that we get a nice blend. It's not going to work well. We're going to try. Nobody distract me. I gotta focus. Wet on wet means fast work. Gotta work fast. Should have mixed colors ahead of time. Didn't do that. No distractions. I don't want to hear any distractions. Too light. It's too light. Take it back. It needs to be darker. You love the art? Thank you. It was supposed to be almost done. Now we're in here messing around for some reason because we can't leave well enough alone. We're repainting round things that were already round once but weren't round enough. Now we're painting them again. Okay, for some reason this is looking extremely chaotic on camera. This does not look... When I look at my screen and look at what this looks like, it is not what it looks like to me in person, which is extremely disturbing. Still too light. Far too light. See, we gone done and let it partially dry, and now it's pulling it off. This is why I gotta learn to leave well enough alone. Today is not the day for well enough alone, though. Great values, we just gotta get this blend. This blend in there. Slight reflect in the back. Gonna have to redo the top edge of this grape, but it's gonna be fine. Okay, I'm not mad at that. Leave it like that. We trust you. You shouldn't trust me. Nobody should trust me. I don't even trust me. It's the thing with having high standards is sometimes when you try and live up to your own high standards, you make it worse than if you had just been willing to accept it the way that it was. And you would think you would learn your lesson, but I never do. I never learn my lesson. I don't know why. Now we have to try putting this textury marbling situation back on. Found her stream through Salzburg's Discord. Our Pop shared the link there, so of course I had to come watch. Yes, our Pops has been putting in some footwork for me today. I'm very appreciative. And I will have to go give Lisa a checkout after my stream. She's got a Discord that's popping off somewhere that I should be knowing about. Whew, okay. How are we doing? How are we doing here? Are we reining it in? Have we reined it in? Is it okay? Is it better now? I can live with that. I think I can live with that. It's still not bright enough. Seems wrong to go in with a straight titanium white, but I'm doing it. Okay. Again, this reads a little bit more chaotic on camera than it looks in real life, which is strange. But I am annoyed with it. I think I'm gonna call it. Where is this? Let's pull out for a sec. Now I can't call it. I can't do it. I gotta just keep poking it. I just keep going. Part of the problem is that I keep using up and down brush strokes. And that doesn't really help create the shape. Okay, that's seeming a little bit better. Okay, try that with the fan and see if it seems good enough. Fruit looks tasty, you could eat them. Honestly, yeah. The only fruit I have in the house right now is apples. And when I was painting this 2 days ago, I was like, damn, I wish I had a grapefruit. Or some grapes. Grapes would be great. Problem with grapes is that, you know, grapes are the expensive ones. But I think maybe a nice apple would do after my stream. A little apple snack, perhaps. I think maybe tomorrow I will go out and pick up some other fruit. I've had a bit of a hankering for clementines. I have to be like so careful when I buy clementines though, because I have a really bad habit of eating like way too many of them in one sitting and giving myself a stomach ache. There's just something about them. I just want to eat like 4 of them in a row. And I guess that's just too much citrus for my little tummy to handle. Once again, I think I have somehow managed to make it not dark enough on the left. Need to be darker on the left. Just slightly. Just a little bit. Not like a lot or anything. Just a little. Ooh, this tube is really grinding my gears. One of those things where it's like, oh, it would be so easy to paint this damn tube in oil paints. So easy. The transition would be beautiful. It would work great. But alas, we're just over here fighting. That helped a bit, I think. You know what? I can live with it. I think I can live with it. I think it's not as dark as it should be, but I think I can live with it. I gotta stop touching it. I gotta be done. I have to be done. We're done, right? We're done? Are we done? Did I miss anything? Did I forget anything? Does anywhere need a cheeky little highlight? Does anywhere need anything changed? I know, I said I could live with it. I said it was fine. I don't know what I'm doing that for. I had no choice. I had no choice, guys. I had no choice. I had no choice. It needed more. It needed just a little bit more. Think I can end it? You give me permission to end my suffering? Okay, we're gonna call it done. We're gonna call it all done with these, because... Oh boy, I can't keep looking at it. I cannot keep looking at it. Let's see. That's pretty good. I think if I squint... Shadows on the grapes could be a little deeper. I did, I should probably... Brushkin. I do need to, in fixing that, I kind of got a little bit of white on some of these grapes, so... Clean the grapes up a bit. One particular grape is just so dark. It's like basically black. Okay. Okay, that's it. We're done. We're done. It's done. We're not touching it anymore. It's all done. We're finished. Let's just put my little signature in the corner in, I don't know, what color should we use? A light purpley grape tone is good. Spoiler alerts, my actual name is Nikki, not that fox girl. I know, it's crazy that my legal name is not that fox girl. It's crazy stuff. It is actually Nikki. Yo, these beats are picking up though. You're saying you're done. It's party time. You can eat an apple and play video games and go to bed. Okie dokie, just wait for that to dry, and then I will peel all of this silly tape off and rip everything we just worked for into smithereens. Because we got frustrated because we didn't gesso our paper before we started working, and because of that, our paper started curling, and so we had to get out the blue painter's tape to tape this down to our board, and this blue painter's tape always rips paper. It always does it. It rips paper every time. I hate it. That's why we usually use this washi tape. This nice washi tape never rips my paper. But it wasn't holding this down because I didn't gesso my paper beforehand because I'm silly and dumb. And so we used this, and now we will pay the price because it is going to rip. But I also was silly and didn't washi tape this like strip. So we got a bunch of unnecessary paint on the white borders. And so now we're gonna have to cut the paper to get rid of that mess, but see what happens. Okay, one off without ripping, that's a good sign. Maybe the washi tape will protect it all from blue painter's tape. I should change it. Want my name legally? I should change it to That Fox Girl legally. Like that as my first name, Fox as my middle name, and Girl as my last name. I'll think about it. Could be a good idea. I don't know. Oh, we can probably zoom you guys out a little bit now. I can't remember how far I can zoom you guys out before we lose fidelity. Oh, there it is. There's the fidelity loss. The washi tape. Fox ears have to be permanent, never go without them. I'll get them surgically attached to my head. I don't know if that's possible, but I'll get it done. I'll get them to use skin grafts from another part of my body to make fake fox ears that they surgically attach to my head. Okie dokie. She's donesies. See, you can see we got this smut. We got this smut everywhere. It's okay. I'll use a X-Acto knife and trim this so that it's an even, what's it called, on all sides. If I was gonna frame this or something anyway, I would put a mat on it, so it doesn't really matter, but it is annoying. It is ugly. It is hard to look at. We hate it. Should have taped more carefully. So, we're done. It only took more hours than it should have taken. We can see the finished piece versus the reference on screen. I think it turned out pretty decent. I would still say that there's a little bit in terms of vibrancy loss in this area on the pomegranate that I probably could have pushed a little harder, and the tube is not tube in the way the tube should tube, but we won't fuck with that. I also made this stem too thick. I made it too thick. It's not that thick in the reference, I made it too thick. But we can't and we won't be doing anything about that, so she's finished. She's not done. All in all, it was a fairly fun still life to do. Fruits are just always fun to paint. I don't know why. I don't know why they're so fun to paint. They're just such like interesting organic shapes and colors, and they're a little bit forgiving compared to certain other objects, like tubes of marble, for instance. Stuff like china, like teapots, teacups, anything with like geometric shape and really smooth light transitions are a lot harder to paint. Fruits don't have that problem. They're full of fun textures and little wiggly bits, and it makes them a lot easier to get looking photorealistic. So you agree with Sandflea McCoy. I will support you if you want to legally change my name to that fox girl. All right, maybe we'll make a goal. We'll make a like I don't know, like 1 million follower goal. We get 1 million followers, I legally change my name to that fox girl. Start asking for followers. That's what we gotta get to. 1 million. 1 million and I'll do it. You gotta set the goal unattainably high so that people can't get there, so we don't actually have to do it. I do have a tail. I'm not wearing it right now, but I do have a matching tail. It's not surgically attached, but I do have one. I wear it when I wear the ears to my concerts and stuff. Concerts is the wrong term. Raves? I guess raves is the term. When I wear the ears, I wear the tail with them to raves. In fact, I wear them to raves so often that when I go dancing to like a normal club and I don't wear them, it feels extremely wrong. It feels very wrong for me to dance around without the tail on, I must admit. I don't know if I should be admitting that in a public forum or not, but here we are. Let's see. Can no longer need this guy. No longer need this guy. But yeah. I will be taking a picture of this and fixing it in Photoshop so that it looks like what it actually looks like, and then I will probably post it on my Instagram. If anyone wants to follow me on Instagram, it's that fox girl as well. There's links to it underneath on my Twitch. It's where I be posting my art. Realistically, I think everything I have intentions to make art-wise, I probably will be streaming. I just have to figure out a couple things because it's easy to stream a piece this small. This is just a little guy. He's just little. He's tiny. Usually if I'm making a work that isn't a study, I would be doing a larger scale. And this setup will not accommodate anything bigger than what you're currently looking at. I can get like maybe 2 times this big before I run out of space. So if I figure out the camera situation, then I'll probably will stream my larger pieces as well. So anything that I make, you guys can come watch and hang out. But yeah, other than that, I think we're done for today. This took, like I said, longer than it should have. This has been a 4.5-hour stream. It does not feel like a 4.5-hour stream. I was queued in for this one, I think, which is good. I haven't even taken a break. I don't think we got the BRB screen up once, which is crazy. I don't know how I actually made it 4.5 hours without stopping to grab a tea and a cookie or something. But now I'm going to go and I'm going to eat some snacks and have a rest. And what did I say? It's Saturday. Tomorrow is Sunday. Tomorrow is Sunday, so I will probably be back streaming tomorrow in the afternoon would be my guess. But I won't be painting. I will be streaming some more Don't Starve, where me and good boy Goldie, my spouse, will be trying not to die in Don't Starve, and I'm assuming Sandflea McCoy here will be joining us. And if anyone here has Don't Starve and would like to play Don't Starve with us, it is an open server, so anyone in chat who wants to come hang out and play Don't Starve with us tomorrow can hop on in. So you're happy you tuned into my stream. Definitely be around another time. Blessings to you. Thank you so much for the follow, and thanks for stopping by. It's always nicer to stream when you've got people to talk to. So as I was saying earlier, monologuing into the void with no friends is a lot less entertaining than having people hanging out here. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate you guys. I'm gonna go now. Have a good night. You should be there? Good. Very good. It's base building time. Very good. Alright, guys. Bye!